Very good afternoon and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It is Group C action at the MODUS Super Series and we've got 15 fantastic matches to keep you entertained over the course of this afternoon. 6 players then in action for the next 5 hours and this is what we've got to look forward to. Robbie King got off to the perfect start in Group A last week, but injury meant that the rest of the Aussies' week was a washout, meaning he failed to earn a place in the finals. Reece Collie is an England international these days. Can the Villa boy make a charge up the table and into the Saturday night qualification spots? Charlie Large has already played a Group C in Series 4. He improved from the first day to the next and is hoping his next measure of improvement is to get through the group. For Dan Reid, the signs are more positive on Wednesday. Some real good performances has put him in good stead for today's assault. Lewis Gurney beat 3-time world champion Martin Adams to 0 yesterday. Gaining confidence as the days go along, can he find the form which saw him win an ADC Tour title? As for Gino Voss, well, he's had to beg, borrow and steal his way through the week thus far with his luggage missing from the airport. But some real good performances meant that he was the best of the par that dropped into Group C. So that is what we have got to look forward to this afternoon. We're going to be watching it in the company of the 3-time world champion, former Premier League champion, Glenn Durran. And, well, what do you think about this group?
Yeah, for the first time, it's sort of more questions and answers. You know, I have a case for all 6 players today. We've seen the real ups and downs of a lot of the players, even with a form going into the competition, even the form of the 3 players come from Group A. So it's a difficult one to call, it really is.
Well, we saw our first player qualify through to Saturday night's finals yesterday, and that was Jerome Mioch. He made it through Group A in the end. It was a 3-horse race between him, Martin Adams and Conor Hinham. We'll see the pair of them in Group B action a little bit later on this evening. They're going to be joined in what's going to be a high-quality field. Mark McGeaney, Robert Thornton and Brett Clayton join the mix. But today, it is all about Group C, and those 6 pretenders on the right-hand side of your screen, they are all going toe-to-toe. Well, let's see what the bookmakers think of that particular group then, because, well, it's a group full of intrigue and a group where maybe 1 or 2 can make strong cases for, and maybe 1 or 2 are going to be outside, as reflected in the bookmakers. Now, they have Dan Reid off as the 9-4 favourite. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think they're going on that based on the fact that Dan Reid can't play like he has in Group A so far. So I thought it was going to be very difficult. You can clearly see how tight it is there. Reece Collie, his form's been up and down. Tremendous development to her recently. Didn't play very well for England. Robbie King, are we going to get the first 2 days of Group A of last week for the Australian? Gino Voss is still having his problems. You know, he doesn't have his darts and they still haven't arrived yet. He has got the calibre. And Lewis Gurney is a name that's staring out for me for value. I really like him. He got better as the week went on.
Yeah, Robbie King looking to be not just the first Australian today to have a good first session, let's put it that way. Right, it is bet builder time here at the Super Series. These are amalgamation of bets that have been making their way through the exchanges and we put them into a handy little acca for you, paying for just under 5-1 this afternoon. They're saying Dan Reid there 4-2 or better against Charlie Large, expecting the game between Gino Voss and Reece Collie to go 6 legs or better, and Reece Collie to have the most maximums against Charlie Large. What do you think on them going?
Yeah, obviously Charlie is a player who's played in week 4 of this series already, and you know, a little bit like Lewis Gurney, sort of got better as the experience went along, but the fancy Dan Reid for a big win there. You know, Gino Voss is usually involved in some big games, and that, you know, the game with Reece Collie has all the potential in the world to go 4-2 or more. And yeah, 180s. Reece Collie is a big scorer. So yeah, I'm not too far away with that. That's a decent bet.
Right, it's 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Glenn Durran's going to make his way now down to the commentary box to join Chris Murphy for all of the action from today's session at the Super Series. We're going to kick off then with the meeting between Robbie King and Gino Voss. It is tungsten time, so let's hand down to Chris.
Thank you very much, Henry. Good morning. Good afternoon, even, everybody. It is Robbie King getting the afternoon's action underway. The man from the Gold Coast in Australia, looking to start Group C like a rocket. He takes on the Fox. Gino Voss, as explained by Glenn Durran, talking to Henry there. Still without his own attire, still without his own equipment, but looking to navigate his way through to finals night. And the Fox manage to make it to the finals on Saturday, when we will have the last chance
First leg is
saloon
Robbie to throw
session
first. Game on.
for players trying to book their place at next week's Champions Week. 11 already there. The 12th will be crowned on Saturday. One player already made it through. That was Jerome Milk,
45.
winning Group A. And the remaining 11 players will be on show today across 2 sessions. Group C
42.
just underway here with King versus Voss, Reece, Collie, Lewis, Gurney coming next, and then Charlie Large, Dan Reed, and then a brilliant Group B in prospect this evening when we return at 10 p.m, which includes the likes of Mark McGeaney, who Glenn knows well, and Robert Thornton, the
44.
back-to-back World Seniors champion. Don't miss that. But 15 matches to bring you this afternoon. I'm delighted to say that Glenn Durrant has made his way downstairs and is now
60.
alongside me.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, it's once again a very difficult group to call. It was really tough to sort of put a name on, because I've got a case for all 6 players.
31.
I mean, you have to feel for Gino, who's gone back to using the dart he was using on the Monday and Tuesday, which I totally agree. So he's been messing around a little bit at Tungsten. The story has been
100.
told. Obviously, the fact is luggage didn't arrive here in the Live Lounge at Portsmouth, and that's a tough one for him to take. But I also look at the positives about that as well. He hasn't sulked at all, Chris.
Robbie
He's just got
Require,
on with the job. And
156.
even this morning, I stupidly said, have you got your clothes yet? As he's dressed like this, as Robbie King looks to start the day with a big finish. And again, for Robbie King, which Robbie are we going to see? The guy who started his
100.
campaign in week 11 last week, or the guy who finished it? So lots of questions to be asked today, Chris.
Well, Foxes are known to be rather industrious, aren't they? So Gino making the
60.
most of what he can
Robbie
find,
Require 56.
living up to his nickname. Robbie King looking to crown this leg on tops. Double 10.
36.
Gino, no panic for Robbie. Gino's back on 2-2-4. We talked an awful lot how lovely that, he's the kind of player, Gino, you feel could throw any
81.
sort of dart.
Robbie
He's got
Require 20.
a lovely throw, and that's why it'll be so frustrating the way the week's gone so
Game
far.
shot
But
on the
Robbie
first
King,
leg. Robbie King.
just to give an indication, he went to a local competition on Wednesday night. Some fabulous players, including Simon Whitlock, but
Second leg is
he
Gino
was
to
just
throw
one
first.
of the many that
Game
you
on.
could name. And Robbie did get to the final before losing to a player who played in the Super Series last week, and Mike Gillett. So that was just an indication to
45.
me that he said he's rested well. He's back here really determined. He said very frustrated the way the week happened last week, but he feels good going into this one. And
60.
that gives me some hope he could do really well.
Yeah, the globe-trotting Gold Coast native who's having his second week here, as is the case for players that do
60.
travel so far from Australia. And I think that's fair. They get a full week, and if they don't manage to make it through, then they get the 2 days the following week.
100.
Yeah, great guy, full of confidence when I met him last Monday. Seems like an eternity since I first spoke to him. But has played on the Ali Pali stage in the PDC finals. He played Ryan Searle and had a
99.
fabulous match, just losing that game 3-2. It's World Series week down in New Zealand as well, as players are travelling there. Well, he's played in there as well before losing to Rob Cross.
58.
So he has the game, and a lot of messages I was getting from a lot of players, including Raymond Smith, Malcolm and Jeremy Fagg, the other guys, said he's such a fighter.
57.
And I think he must have went away last week thinking, what happened? Because he was walking on air at the beginning of the week. But at the end, it was pretty difficult to watch. It was not the same player.
Still harbouring hopes, of
97.
course, of being here for a third week on the spin, Robbie King, and maybe matching that achievement of Raymond Smith in winning the whole thing.
Well, he's got an open ticket, so it wouldn't be a problem, he said.
44.
But it does take me back when you say that, Chris, when he previously won it. Raymond Smith, he was literally on a flight, I think it was about 3
45.
hours later, so it is right across the world. But again, Robbie, delighted to be here. He's loved the experience, and like I said, he just wants to finish on a high.
95. Robbie Require 141.
Chance to break then here. 1-4-1. Treble 20 for starters. Not going to happen. So Voss will get a go at the 101, but certainly
100.
no certainty.
Robbie Require 101.
And King is poised should he miss this.
He's going to get a dart to double, you feel. It's double 16 for 1-1.
69.
And you feel them finishes
Robbie,
have
you
to go
require
for Gino
41.
because he's on a big losing spree at the moment as Robbie looks at double 16. Or do you feel like this is a big dart in this match?
9.
That would have been for a
Gino, you
2-0
require
lead.
32.
and a breaker throw.
Yeah, it has been a slow burner. Voss has really locked himself out here. Can he find a passage? No, he
score.
can't.
And
Robbie, you
wasn't
require
getting that little
32.
bit of luck at the end of last week. That's how he'll feel when you hear them 3 darts, because already he's assessing the situation and thinking he's going to go into the 3rd leg. But talk is cheap. You have to go up there and execute, and
No
hasn't.
score.
Both of them around the wire.
Gino, you require 32.
Felt the last dart there might have just flicked the flight of one of the two on the outer ring and diverted the dart from its destination. Double 16 proving a problem
No
for
score.
both players.
Yeah, I have a
Robbie,
theory
you
for
require
Gino going into
32.
the next leg. I'll try and elaborate why I believe he's missing these darts at double. Robbie does like a chat on the yockey there. I'm not the biggest fan of that. If anything, I'd like to see a bit of aggression.
That's the 14th dart missed at that
Game
target
shot on the
in this
second
leg
leg.
between
Robbie
them.
King.
In the end, the 15th one went in. And Robbie King does get a breaker throw. He gets a break.
3rd leg is
in
Robbie to throw
27
first.
darts,
Game
Glenn.
on.
Gino Voss, I think he can score with anything. I've talked so much about how much I like the throw. Technically, he looks so sound. But a couple of things to sort of
60.
take into consideration at this point is the fact that Gino played 5 games yesterday, lost all 5. So you get that mentality where you forget how to win in that stage. That stage becomes a bit of a
45.
nightmare because it takes you back to the situation where you've been on this losing streak. And also when you get to the doubles as well, I think I can throw probably any dart. I think most players can throw any
41.
dart before Chris goes in with a little wisecrack there. But it's when you get down to that double at the end, when that little bit of pressure, when your opponent's just behind you, that's when you
46.
need your equipment you've been practicing with. And that's my theory for Gino in this Group C. I think he'll be competitive, but I don't have the confidence when he gets down to finishing legs.
100.
Well, you can take as long as you like to make your point, Glenn, but I'm still going to come in with the wisecrack. Yes, I know you can throw any dart. It's just where it ends up that's the problem.
I tell you what, it was Edgar last week, Henry this week,
134.
and now Chris Murphy. We're getting to get a complex here. Big scorey for Robbie.
95.
You forget averages at this stage. It's not the quality, but that's what when people
44.
talk about averages. You had double after double. I mean, 18 darts at a double in this game between them and only 2 hits. So averages are never just about the 2 points now.
I don't think I've ever seen a match
100.
or a leg, at least, where so many darts were missed at double 16, because usually darts that are missed at that target can be missed inside because they'll attack it knowing it splits down, but they were all
80.
missed outside.
Robbie, you require
Yeah,
105.
another negative for Gino Voss is the fact he hasn't got his friend Jerome Mioch in that players area as well. You could see they were working and practicing with each other.
57.
Could be a
Gino, you
tough day for
require
Gino, but
152.
like I said, what you won't get is him flapping his arms about, sulking, moaning. He'll just get on with the job. But Robbie King's a big favourite for this game now.
96. Robbie, you require 48.
We'll be down at that double 16 again unless he avoids it by hitting an 8, and I'm not sure that he was bothered
Game
which
shot on
double he
the
ended up
third
on there.
leg.
Just lobbed the
Robbie
dart in
King.
between, but first dart is in that target, and King leads 3-0. Gino Voss in the spot
4th
of
leg is
bother
Gino
here.
to throw first. Game on.
I think, Glenn, when you're playing with different darts and that kind of thing, if you're managing to muddle through like he was in the early part of the week, it's all well and good. But
69.
when you have a day like yesterday, then that's when you allow that to get in your mind, and it can just become a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And people might think, what on earth is he talking about? But the fact he's
140.
not wearing his clothes as well is, it can be really difficult. It's just sometimes, you look in the mirror before you go to a competition, you feel
31.
ready trying to get into that zone. And he just probably feels a scruff. He's not using his own darts.
Is there something about pulling that dart shirt on, the one that belongs to you?
I think so.
100.
I think so. That's my theory anyway. That's my opinion, and just going on my own experience as well. And yeah, it's just, and this is a
43.
really poor start for Gino Voss. Like I said, he really impressed on Monday. I thought his Monday was going to be something similar to how he started today. You can see him scratching his head
57.
there. And like I said, it's a tough ask, but you've got to be adaptable. You've got to be versatile. But most importantly, you've just got to knuckle down, and he needs something to happen today,
43.
because this is a tough watch.
And it could be over in double quick time. If King can go out in 6 from here, that will help him.
121.
A little bit of frustration after the last start, but he shouldn't be frustrated. He's 83 points away here from winning 4-0.
42. Robbie, you require 83.
He's looking at the fact that Gino's not on a finish, so he shouldn't really consider the bull here.
51.
Yeah, just lays up. Leaves that double 16, which has been the double in this game, hasn't it? Whether it's been hit or missed, it's been left in just about every leg.
94.
He's had his trials and
Robbie, you
tribulations
require
on double
32.
16. This time it's for the match. For the Australian.
Game,
And it's a winning
shot,
start
and
for
a
the
match.
Australian. Robbie King will be over the moon with a 4-0 start. They hug, they chat. Plenty of work to do for Gino Voss, but it's a winning start for Robbie King. And that's the most important positive for him as he walks off there. Next up, it's Reece Collie against Lewis Gurney. And welcome back here to the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's a case of Aussie rules from the first game. A big 4-0 victory for Robbie King in that match. As match 2 goes up, 2 young players, young, aspiring, very professional players. Been really impressed with the guy just taking his dart there, the Lewis Gurney. As we look at Reece Collie, an England international now, who will be representing England in the World Cup, and he's very, very proud of that. And with Lewis Gurney, very determined to do very well today, young Lewis. I thought he was absolutely brilliant yesterday. And I think he has a real good chance.
First.
He's got an extra determination as it's his mum's birthday today. So happy birthday, Donna. Your boy is doing very, very well. He's learning on the job and he really fancies his chances.
57.
But he's got a tough opener against Reece Collie, who had a tremendous week at the development tour recently, getting to the final before losing to Sian Van Veen.
36.
Is he going to bring that form?
Next level of research there from Glenda. Not the development tour stuff, but mum's birthday. I can't beat that.
58.
But I agree with what you said about his week so far. In fact, I think the first 3 matches yesterday, he kicked off with 180s, didn't he, Lewis Gurney?
121.
Yeah, we did have a giggle in the box regarding that because his head was down an awful lot during the week.
45.
And I was saying, and I don't think he was enjoying the experience, but I used the word he looked fresh yesterday. And I think the word today is
140.
confident. I just sort of literally had 2 or 3 seconds with him this morning, and I said, "You fancy the job, don't you?" And he said,
58.
I just seen an added confidence there, which will give his friends and family some hope. But like I said, talk's cheap. This is a tough opening game against
44.
Reece Collie. A very impressive player is Reece. He's at that real crossroads right now of what he wants to do. And this title would be a big, big stepping stone for him.
57. Lewis, you
Maybe
require
some
160.
inspiration for Lewis from the other Gurney in World Darts. Darryl with some very, very welcome, decent stuff at the World Match Play,
140.
beating former winners Rob Cross and Gary Anderson with ton-topping averages along the way.
Yeah, something else I thought
97.
with Lewis as he
you
looks at this
require
double
20.
10. Would be for a 16 dart,
Game
and
shot
that's
on the first
plumb
leg.
bang
Lewis
in the
Gurney.
middle for Lewis Gurney. He did show that determination this morning. The head's not going down. The shoulders are nice and good. His demeanour is telling me he's
Second leg
just
is Lewis to
grown
throw
into
first.
this competition.
Game
I think he's
on.
feeling confident. I think he's glad that everyone was back on 0 points this morning.
45.
Maybe the kind of total opposite to the sort of demeanour we saw portrayed by Gino Voss in the first match, where he's come into this group seemingly with
140.
the rest of the week weighing heavy on him. Whereas, as you say, the right attitude is to just remember everybody starts from scratch.
99.
And look at Patrick van der Harder last week. I mean, he was never spectacular throughout the week, but he qualified. And then all of a sudden really kicked in when it
140.
mattered most. And I think that's quintessentially MODUS Super Series. Is you don't win it in Group A. Otherwise, John Henderson would have
140.
had one under the trophy as he, walked in on Saturday night. And I think these guys are getting more experience on the format now. They'll understand it's just about
77.
getting there on Saturday night. And these type of players, they're so explosive as well. They've got no fear, these young players. As he looks at treble 19. It's a great
139.
setup.
Reece, you require 144.
144 for Collie, nicknamed Chaos, looking to cause some here. Twice himself a Development Tour winner and also winner at the
60.
British
Lewis, you
Open
require
last year.
78.
But it could be 2-0 down. Oh, double 18.
60.
Interesting route.
Reece, you require
That's a
84.
new one for me. That's something I'm certainly learning. The board management's nice and traditional this time.
Oh, well, he's missed not only the double, but the big number as well, meaning he can't go out. But yeah, going that route, knowing that he would have
No
only left
score.
the bull.
Lewis, you
Collins bust
require
the whole lot in
18.
the end. Yeah, we'll reflect on that maybe in the next leg.
Yeah, something very visual as well. But again, it's
10.
disappointing for
Reece,
Gurney.
you
All of a sudden, the
require 84.
expectations there now. He knows he's playing better. I think he fancies his chances now.
We talked about starting from scratch, Glenn. That's what Collie's had to do with this checkout. And again, he's missed a big number.
70. Lewis, you require 8.
Rod Harrington's somewhere screaming and shouting if he's watching this. Don't
Game
miss
shot
a
on the
big
second
number.
leg.
He's
Lewis
cost him on a
Gurney.
couple of occasions, and Lewis Gurney doubles his lead.
Yeah, there was 2 things for Reece Collie.
Third leg is
number
Reece to
one
throw
is,
first. Game
I
on.
really looked at his form at the development tour, and it was good. He reached the final, and I think he'll have been really happy. Lost in the prelim the next day, but I think
85.
overall, generally. But I did watch him in preparation for this week at representing England, and he was poor. And I asked him this morning, I said,
85.
do you mind if I ask, the difference between your development tour form? And he just said, honestly, Glenn, playing for England, he said, nerves. He said, genuine nerves got the better of me. I've never had a
180.
feeling like that at darts. And I have wore that England shirt in that system, and it is something that you've got to manage.
58.
Well, no nerves evident there. The first maximum of the day. There'll be many more, I assure you, of that here for the MODUS Super Series.
23.
Remember, it's the first of 2 sessions. The second taking place from 10 p.m. tonight.
140.
And just a quick thought on that 78 checkout we said we were going to discuss. 42 for 36, but a single 14 would have only left 64, meaning another 14 for the bullseye.
140.
Seems a little strange, doesn't it?
And the fact that your opponent's on 84 or 2 darted is, for me, it's not the right way to go, because you're not giving yourself an opportunity of a dart, at least
Reece requires
a
73.
double. You're giving yourself at least a dart at bullseye, and I don't think that's...
Well, that's all he's getting here. And funnily enough, just as we were making the point, Lewis Gurney's left himself on 78 again.
32.
So are we safe to assume
Lewis, you require
that
78.
he goes treble 14?
because he hit the treble 14 last time. What are we to know in the commentary box? It's in his hands. What I like here, he's just reset.
Game shot on the
I
third
think that's
leg.
the
Lewis
only
Gurney.
difference I could say. I felt it was a little rushed the first time, that double 18, double 9 combination last time. But he hit the treble 14, and what he did
Fourth
there,
leg
what I
is
call
Lewis
the
to
Rob
throw
Cross,
first.
he just
Game
sort
on.
of stood back a second, assessed the situation, missed the double 18, hit the double 9. Lewis Gurney is maturing and playing into the week, and it's great to see young players like this
60.
getting these experience and just demonstrating the skills that's going to take him right to where he wants to win the game.
99. $41.
3-0. It could be a back-to-back whitewash start. Robbie King winning 4-0 against Gino Voss in the
96.
opener. Lewis Gurney looking to complete the straight legs victory against Collie here.
83.
You can see the disappointment with that last start, because when things are going well, that kisses into the treble 20. Much better darts than Reece. His
136.
timing there was really beautiful. And just the way the darts were going into the body, even the sound of the dart going in.
100. Reach your require 170.
Beginning to use those wrists and fingers just a little bit more. Clearly nervous. Won't be happy with the score so far.
41.
And here's a chance for Gurney. Last time he wanted 2-1-7. He opened up with a couple of treble 20s. Can he replicate that?
140.
Sensational for Lewis
Reach your
Gurney.
require
Really enjoying this
129.
performance. It's professional. It's solid. And Collie cannot finish.
57. Lewis,
This
you
could be a
require
chaotic
77.
start for Chaos. Look at treble 19. And you look at the big 18 for the match.
37. Reach you require 72.
To stay in the match then. Again, it's a big number. Miss. He's having real trouble. He may only end up on the bullseye again here. And he's missed another big number. Oh, this is
32.
really, really
Lewis, you require
worrying
40.
for Reece Collie. Not only is he missing the small targets, he's missing the big ones as well. Well, it's contagious, isn't it?
You did say Chaos was a nickname, didn't you? Not the game here, because
24.
I guess I sit here as
Reach you require 40.
arguably one of the best setup players and doubles finishers in me pomp. So to see missed numbers and missed doubles like that, it's sloppy,
30.
it's lackadaisical, and
Lewis, you
for me,
require
that's the outcome
16.
of that.
Well, last visit, Gurney hit a single when he wanted a double, then hit a double when he wanted a single.
Game.
But he
shot,
does hit the
and
double
match.
to
Lewis
complete
Gurney.
the 4-0 victory. Neither player who's won 4-0 has really had to work that hard for it, in truth. Robbie King 4-0 against Gino Voss now. Gurney with the same scoreline against Reece Collie. 80 average in the end. 4 out of 14 on the doubles, but Reece Collie has got a lot of work to do back in the practice room. Coming next, Charlie Large against Dan Reed. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Thursday's action getting underway with Group C, and to 4-0 victories. I was going to say convincing victories, but they weren't really. Lewis Gurney punishing Collie for missed singles, missed doubles, missed everything in that previous match, and Robbie King dealt with an out-of-sorts Gino Voss in the opener. So now Charlie Large and Dan Reed hoping to provide us with a rather more entertaining and close game. The 18-year-old youngster made it to the final of the World Youth Championship last year. Dan Reed, his opponent, Dan the Man. Charlie looking to maybe follow in the footsteps of Luke Littler and get
First
to
leg,
finals
it's
night.
Charlie to throw first.
Could
Game
play
on.
him on Champions Week. It would be Littler and Large, wouldn't it, Glenn?
Like that. You've been waiting all morning for that one, haven't you? But yeah, Charlie Large, last time I watched him play is
57.
when he beat Leighton Bennett in the semi-final at Lakeside last year, and obviously kept an eye on him of how he's progressing nicely. I thought a very similar assessment to Lewis Gurney at Charlie Large's
100.
experience last time. He played in Group C in week 4, and he did look like a rabbit in headlights on day 1, but just gradually the experience in the next day, looked like he was
58.
enjoying the situation, enjoying the games much better. And I guess he comes here this time, and after watching them first couple of games, your thought process is, well, they're doing nothing that I can't do. You've just got to keep them
114.
positives in your mind. But he's up against Dan Reed, Chris, who flattered to deceive this week. I think he's a tremendous player, Dan Reed, and it was no surprise to me to see he was the
97.
bookies' favourite going into this group. But he didn't perform. He just wasn't consistent enough, and yeah, it's really a penny for his thoughts right now. And I continue to stress, I've still got more questions than answers
45.
about these players.
Yeah, it was a bit of a 50-50 man, Dan Reed in Group A. Won 7, lost 8, ended up on 14 points. That can get you through to Group B on some weeks.
97.
So we'll be competitive in this group. Expect to see him battling out towards the top end of the table. Charlie Large,
59.
like a lot of young players available, can sort of have those days where everything goes right. You see it on the JDC and the development
80.
tour from various
Daniel
young players.
require
Of course, made that
157.
Lakeside final in the youth tournament, lost out to Bradley Roos, who we saw here recently. Oh, this would be a sensational start for Reed. Looking at tops.
Getting shot in the
what
first
a
leg.
way
Dan Reed.
to announce his presence in this group. A fabulous 157 finish completed on that tops. And Dan
Second leg is
Reed
Dan to throw first.
is off the
Game
mark
on.
with a magical outshot.
Well, this week has been about high scoring, lots and lots of 180s in Group A,
27.
but we didn't get the types of finishes that we were spoilt last week. 5 170s in week 11. And already we've been waiting. 144 was the highest
57.
finishes going in today. And Chris Murphy comes into the commentary box and sees a 157 within game 3. It's just not fair. But that's what Dan Reed can do. That was the Dan Reed we were waiting for in Group
90.
A. And you could clearly see, especially when he walked in this morning, and probably when he saw the way the bookies saw it as well, that the expectations there. I think
96.
he'll have expected an awful lot more. I think he'll have liked this opening game against Charlie, who he'll know is going to be nervous. It's been demolition job so far. And Dan Reed wants to join the party.
180.
He's just imposing himself, isn't he? And based on what we've seen so far, not just on Charlie Large, but on this entire group, would have been the
125.
ideal response.
Yeah, I know it's very early in the match, but just the fact he's averaging round about that 100 mark, he'd be just laying the marker down. He'll know the other
59.
players will have one eye on this game to see how the other players are playing. There's only one leg in for Charlie. He's got to remain
59.
positive.
Daniel require
See if Reed
145.
can follow a whopper with another. He could. 57 or 45. He gets it. This would be incredible. Oh,
125.
almost a brace
Charlie
of
require
brilliant
164.
ton-topping checkouts.
Just getting greedy now, isn't he? Well, Charlie has the opportunity. He doesn't take it. He might look at the bullseye with the last dart.
89. Daniel require 20.
Where Dan's feeling, you have to fancy this. This is where he had a lot of troubles. He can't be too aggressive. And that's the reason why you can't be
No
too aggressive
score.
with the first start. I'm a
Charlie
big fan
requires
of
75.
just laying that marker. And a lot of the time when you're laying the marker up, it will drop into that double five. And Charlie Large will look at a big 18 for his first dart at a double in this match.
35. Dan, you require 20.
Oh, that's a wayward one. Has to waste a dart.
Game
But
shot in the
gets
second
there
leg.
in the end
Dan
and
Reed.
doubles his lead here, Dan Reed. And we could be seeing a rather rare occurrence of
Third
3
leg is Charlie to
4-0
throw
victories
first.
in
Game
the
on.
opening encounters of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting that the players that played in Group A, they look like they've settled just a little bit better. Reece Collie looked very, very nervous. And
137.
Robbie King was nowhere near his best as well, albeit he's had experience on this stage the past 7 days. There's always that conversation that we have of, would you rather come into a Group C after having games in Group
140.
A? Because when you're in Group C, it does mean that you've finished either 4th, 5th or 6th, so you're not coming in full of confidence. However, Dan Reed did finish
58.
the week where, you know, the in Group A campaign, well, he did beat Gino Voss 4-0 in his last game. Like you said, you try to strive for as many positives as you can. Well, just getting a couple of points on the board
121.
here. He's averaging over 90. This is really solid.
It took under 20 minutes for the first 2 matches to be completed. This one is just over the 5-minute mark.
47.
Flying through the first 3 today. Dan Reed with that rather large checkout in the opener against Charlie.
45.
And then tidying up to in leg 2.
$95.
Yeah, Dan Reed's last 3 games, a big win over Lewis Gurney, who we'll be playing today. He then had a cracking win over Conor Heenahan before finishing the job with Gino Voss. So he comes here with 3 wins under his
Charlie
belt.
require
He's
164.
getting that winning feeling this week. He'll have been disappointed the way Group A went.
89. Dan, you require
Leaves
150.
it handy. Reed has threatened a big finish in every leg so far. And here comes another one. Staying there. Fancied following it. Didn't quite go to plan for
110.
Dan.
Charlie requires
Charlie's
75.
been here before on 75. That bullseye was deja vu of the last leg. He wired double top last time.
Game shot in the third
Learned
leg.
his lesson,
Charlie
and
Large.
that's a terrific finish because it's been all about Dan Reed so far. But Charlie Large just reminds him that he's still in this
Fourth leg is
game.
Dan to throw first.
For
Game
Dan
on.
Reed, he'll just need to brush that aside. He's experienced enough not to panic. He's very much a big favourite. Like I said, he's got the darts in this leg. But for Charlie Large, that double
45.
top is just exactly what he wanted. He needs to play himself into some form, and there's no better feeling than sinking that top to 1 dart.
58.
For me, you know, Dan Reed is the modern day Paul Hogan, the sort of professional amateur player. He's qualified for the UK Open, has
60.
that 4 times. He'll take a few more efforts to beat Crocodile Dundee's record, but that takes some doing, doesn't it, to turn up to
93.
an event to be the best in your area to qualify and to keep doing it.
And especially the area that he lives in as well. It's so competitive. Like I said last time I was here commentating on Dan, I was very, very impressed about him
41.
as a person. You know, I do look at players' attributes, their skills, their demeanours, their throw. I try to sort of analyse everything and I was very impressed. He ticked all the
100.
boxes for me. But Group A just didn't go for him, but he finished well. And what he's doing now, he's taking that form into the Group C campaign where he's expected to qualify.
60.
Did actually cash in Minehead for the first time earlier this year when he beat Belgium's Brian Raman, who a couple of years ago was the world number 1 in
90.
the WDF system.
Yeah, he messaged last week after that incredible game between Gary Stone and Wesley Plazier, where Gary Stone broke the record as the highest ever losing average.
60.
And Brian
Charlie
Roman said, well,
required
that's one record
160.
I'm glad to lose because he lost with 110 on this stage.
Well, this tie could be turning in favour of the 18-year-old
45.
here, although that's a sloppy last start that just opens a door for Dan Reed.
That door's now ajar. I'm not a fan of that
100.
last start there. I
Charlie
think
required
downstairs
115.
19s, even the bullseye could have been a shot. I think 136 or 130 is better than the 135. And Charlie was all over
83.
that.
Daniel
But again,
required
the execution of the
135.
double has been the telling point today. Can still do this with treble 20. And you have to feel that first dart's a good mate. Doesn't have to move.
Game
And
shot on the
what
fourth
a
leg.
dart.
Dan
That is the
Reed.
dart of the day so far. That was plumb in the bullseye. And there's something extra special about the
Fifth
way
leg,
he's
it's Charlie to
finishing
throw
today.
first.
The 157
Game
was
on.
beautiful. The 135 was sublime.
Yeah, that is an absolute exhibition of finishing. Remember, he
100.
almost had another massive checkout as well. Went for a 145, missed tops for that. Also got the first dart in the treble when going for a 150.
140.
So looks like he's got a few tricks up his sleeve today, Dan Reed.
Yeah, and just look at the response as well. It's the game's lovely when you're
100.
playing well and you get a bit of confidence. You can see him sprinting to the hockey now. And he's finding this treble 20 so easily now.
140. 58. 60.
That's better, Bob. It needs a finish, not the finish he was hoping for going into that one, but Charlie's really up against it. And if he goes trebleless here,
58.
6 starts
Daniel
for the
Require,
match for Dan
161.
Reed. Can Dan be the man?
Almost disappointed that the first dart didn't fly in there. He's threatened these checkouts. He's checked out 2
137.
enormous finishers in the game. But it's going to be a simple double 12 after 12. Just when it looked like the tide was turning as well.
105. Daniel Require,
This
24.
time's the most important double of the match.
No score.
You can keep your 157s,
Charlie, you
you
require
missed dart at a
80.
double, and then a beautiful 135. The toughest one is always the final one. And you can see the frustration, and Charlie has to get all over this.
But it's all about how much he can see now. And he stepped across a fair way to the right.
60.
Only had maybe
Daniel
a
Require,
little
24.
more than half the bed to aim at.
No
Game,
messing about
shot,
this time. It's
and
a
a match.
rampant
Dan
Reed here at the
Reed.
MODUS Super Series. It's a great start for Dan Reed. You can see that bounce on his step there. It was a masterclass of finishing from Dan Reed. That was the tail of the tape in that game. For Charlie Large, he'll assess that. He can get better, and he will come back. As next up, we have Gino Voss against Reece Collie.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got through the first round of fixtures in rapid quick fire in the space of around about 40 minutes or so. Well, this is what we've seen so far today. It's been convincing victories so far for Robbie King, Lewis Gurney and Dan Reed to kick-start proceedings. So into round 2 we go. And for Gino Voss and Reece Collie, not just looking to get their first win of the day, they're both looking for their first leg of the day so far, both beaten 4-0 in their opening matches. Who is going to break their Super Series duck? Let's find out with Glenn Durrant and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, difficult start for both players. Yeah, both a lot to think about as we went back to the practice area. There's considerations you can do when you get back to there. Do you get back straight on the practice board? Do you give yourself time to reflect? So for Gino Voss, I just think it was the worst performance from him so far this week, on what's been a very tough week without fear of repeating ourselves. And for Reece Collie, it potentially looks like a change in tungsten there, Chris. I'm not sure if my eyes are deceiving me.
First, game on.
But a big game you already feel for these two. They need that positive feeling. I would be slightly worried and nervous about the person that loses this game, unless there's a marked
44.
improvement.
That looks like you're absolutely right, Glenn. Well spotted. Reece Collie
44.
going back to his old arrows after trying a new set for the first match. They didn't go well. They didn't behave, did they? They were disobedient darts.
125.
Not only was he missing big numbers, well, sorry, he was missing big numbers. He's still missing big numbers. I've got a theory, you know,
44.
that maybe many darts players should think about. Maybe, just maybe, it's not the darts.
I mean, I could give it a real boring does-it answer to that, but you're absolutely spot on. It's absolutely nothing but the times that we use that camera angle that we see, and you can see that dart.
100.
Very Michael Smith on his old dart, very standard barrel. We've seen some great shapes this week, and like I said, that's the referee Justin Bradshaw's dart. So
100.
What Gino Voss would like to do to go back to his old darts.
yeah, you've got to feel for him. And like I say, he was so excited for the opportunity here at the MODUS Super Series. All players that come in are loving
132.
everything about it. Just been one of those weeks for him. But
What a guide. Oh, had he got that, I'd have put your house on
60.
him landing the bullseye.
well, thanks very much.
$125. Gino requires 72.
Yeah, look at the 16s. He'll stay there. And that trend of missed numbers,
40.
big numbers.
Reece
Because what you're
requires
thinking,
91.
he's already thinking of double top as he's going for that second dart. He's going to be punished. Or is he?
81. Gino
Well,
requires
decent attempt,
32.
but didn't work out. For Reece Collie, Gino Voss, well, he misses a big number again, going for a double this time. Now double 12
Game shot
will
on the
get
first
him out
leg. Gino Voss.
of jail and get him off the mark for the day.
A settler. After a 4-0 defeat
Second
in the
leg is
first
Reece
game.
to throw
It was
first.
a tough day
Game
for
on.
Gino Voss yesterday, and not the start he wanted. He looks deep in concentration there. I mean, I go back all the way to 2009,
96.
2010 with Gino Voss. Also played on the biggest stage of them all.
119.
Just shows you what a little bit of confidence can do for you, because he looked a real mess in that last game. Something you don't associate with
99.
Gino Voss, because my strengths for Gino is cool, calm and collected. He can lose it sometimes during bad periods, but he hasn't demonstrated that this week. And already
140.
this looks like a different play just because that one double has gone in. And it's Reece we've got the concerns for right now.
87.
But it's a sign, isn't it, already, if you're changing your darts, regardless of whether you're going to back to something more
134.
comfortable or trying something new, after one match in a day that features 5, and you cannot be feeling comfortable or confident.
59.
And I'm
Gino
looking at his point
require
of
108.
release. If you can have a look maybe in the next leg there, Chris, and just see if you can. Sometimes feel like a mad professor sat here, but I'm here to analyse and have a look, and I think I can see what the problem is.
37. Reese, you require 160.
Well, this
Just look at his point of release, Chris. It just fit. Can you see it's like a jabby, snappy release there? And the Reese Collie that won the British Open last year, which
97.
I was so impressed. It was
Gino, you
just
require
the
71.
mechanism of the arm, a lovely, smooth release.
Yeah, and the dart, again, a missed big number. And
46.
it means that players keep having to try and bail
Reese, you
themselves out on the
require
bullseye.
63.
It's a very strange sort of contagious occurrence that players keep doing this today, but Collie can cash in on double 12.
51.
Yeah, the other thing I noticed
Gino, you
about Collie
require
when you mentioned that
25.
release, Glenn, was that because of how he was releasing and earlier, the dart was almost wobbling as it left his hand. And for the
Game
second
shot, the
leg on
second
the
leg.
spin,
Gino
Voss
Voss.
finds double 12 and doubles his lead, and it's 6 straight legs lost for Reese Collie.
Third leg is Gino to throw first. Game on.
Amazing what a couple of doubles from Voss being Dross to Voss being the boss in this match. And like I said, it's just a
57.
testament of Gino Voss, of what he's been through. I thought that that performance in his first game could have really set him back. And like I say, if you can just go back into the
85.
players area after playing 2, winning 1, you can start planning your attack. Just that little dip of the elbow every single time. But I think the release is beautiful. So
55.
smooth. It deserved better than a 55. And that's why technically the best throws aren't always the best. Whereas I see that one as just that point of release.
100.
Saying that was much better. And when you're 2-0 down, all the anxiety and nerves inside yourself sort of diminish slightly. But that technically,
133.
that's beautiful.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more pace in the throw and a bit more purpose the last couple of visits from Reese Collie.
59.
Yeah, the worst thing he can do right now, Chris, is panic. As it's been 6 legs in and hasn't won 1 yet for him. And that little devil will jump on your shoulder and tell you that.
95.
And all of a sudden, Gino's beginning to throw the darts we sort of saw on Monday. But this is better from Collie.
97. Gino, you require 161.
1 point more, but a much, much more difficult finish. Needed 2 different trebles and then the bullseye where Collie
45.
can throw 2 in the
Reese, you
treble
require
20 and then 1
160.
at the double.
Despite the fact that's a little
44.
5 and a score of 45,
Gino,
I
you
do like
require
the balance of them
116.
darts better. I think they're entering the board so much better. But again, this has turned a little scrappy again, all because of the setup play not being great.
Yeah, both players ending up on 116
39.
and Voss
Reese, you
not taking
require
much of a bite
116.
out of it. Seems the modern way to go the 19s route, but when the dart is low below it, for these two, it makes it difficult.
56.
He's in a
Gino
2-darter,
requires
whereas
77.
Gino missing that big 18 at least means he's only going to get 1 dart to double your feel. And again,
73. Reese, you require
expected
60.
double top in that one, but the treble just very slack and very. These are big targets they're going
Game
for.
shot on the
and
third
Reese
leg.
Collie will
Reese
be
Collie.
absolutely relieved to get his first leg under his belt there. And again, that's because Gino Voss
Fourth leg
missed
is
the
Reese
big
to throw
18.
first.
The treble
Game
18
on.
meant he had to go up with a double 2. And that turns a little bit nasty there. They need to really focus on these big numbers because they're good enough never to miss a big number.
140.
Well, maybe Reese is now over the Collie wobbles at the start of today's play.
Reading my notes there, weren't you? I had that as the
60.
conclusion of this game.
I'll leave you with Flower, Glenn.
100.
And he's starting to really straighten up and sharpen up, isn't he?
85.
140 followed by a ton. The missing commentator's curses.
No, I
live-
think you're
live
absolutely
and well.
spot on. I think you're absolutely spot on. I
119.
had the same sort of assessment myself. He's just beginning to straight up. I had a real theory in mid-game of trying to turn those scores of 60s into 100, 100 into 140. And I think
Reese, you require
sometimes you've got to do
142.
that under the high-pressured situations, which is not easy. He's just beginning to find his way now.
42.
Works for you as well, I see. Well, a nice straight ton checkout will prove our point, won't it?
85. Reese, you require 100.
Definitely means a big 5 first start.
What about a treble? A 1-3-1, still an outside shot for Voss here. Now, options, he could go treble 17
Gino
and then try 2
131.
tops. That is the plan. Or maybe it's not. Well, I don't really get that. Having hit the treble 17, your opponent on a finish where they will get a go at a double.
111.
Go for the bigger target. Give yourself
Check
the best
115. Rishi requires 73.
Yeah, for Reese, I just feel he's letting you want to just bring that dart back and just hold on to it a second. The double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Exactly
Reese
what
Collie.
the doctor ordered. That is so much better. Be feeling better as this match goes along. And as you can see, the replay of that double 8 doesn't get any
Fifth
better
leg
than
is
that
Gino to
right
throw
smack
first.
bang in the
Game
middle.
on.
2 players struggling. And now it's a best of 3 game. And Gino will want to get back his scoring boots. You can just see that.
59.
Just a little bit of distress in his face there.
95.
Maybe advice to switch.
44.
Goes with the last start, but 2-2, the first real competitive fight we've had. Dan Reed denied Charlie Large the opportunity to really get into the
60.
game with his big checkouts, in particular the 1-3-5 when Large was waiting on a double.
180.
Just so pleasing on the eyes, Gino, and he's playing well. Just too many lateral drifts into the
85.
5 for Reese Collie at the moment. Voss is now a big favourite for this leg of that. You feel it's his to lose from here.
Well, he gets a little touch of the Collies himself there, and it happens
32.
on a couple of occasions. We're just looking through the stats, and you can see that he's hit
140.
a treble in almost twice as many turns as Reese Collie until that 140, and he does it again.
126. Rishi require 121.
Liking that setup. Been critical this morning of the players of the setup. Bullseye for Collie.
96.
The width of
Gino,
a
you
wire.
require 60.
Should have enough room to the right. And he tried to find it, couldn't. Clear
Game
bed.
shot on the fifth leg.
And
Gino
double 10
Voss.
goes in. Gino Voss is in charge of this match at 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Reese is up
95.
against it right now. So now we're looking at fight, tenacity. Gino is just searching for that winning line right now. And his
80.
experience and what he's done in the game. Can he get him over the line in this one? Because you feel the benefits of getting 2 points on the board right now. Like I say, you'd be nervous
58.
and worried about the player that loses this game.
$180.
A massive maximum from Voss as he looks to close it out against a throw. Doubling his tally
93.
of 180s in the match. And he looks like a different player, doesn't he, from his first game?
Yeah, you're taking the words out my mouth again, Chris. I've
100.
seen so many positives coming out of both players, actually. Like I said, that lateral drift for Reese Collie's been reduced. Should look downstairs, I think.
85. Gino, you require
Not the worst
141.
miss, but it is that lateral 5.
$41. Reese, you require 170.
This would be the way to stay in it. Not to be. The 170 finishes so last week.
85. Gino, you require 100.
2 darts away. Decisions to be made.
Again,
78.
declining the double-double
Reese, you
option.
require 85.
And this time going for a target that was actually blocked. And he could be made to pay. Double 10.
65.
Just not the conviction
Gino, you require 22.
for Gino Voss. Ultimately, it's about hitting doubles.
Game,
and that
shot,
is exactly
and a
what the
match.
doctor
Gino
ordered for
Voss.
Gino Voss. It was a tough opening game for him. but he's up and running for Reece Collie. This could be a tough competition from now on. Nothing much to separate them, but Gino Voss, for the positives, will see a different player from that game. It's a big win for him, as next up the ever-impressive Dan Reed against Robbie King.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's Group C day. And the two most impressive players from the opening games. Robbie King from Australia. He had a winning start. He wasn't at his best, but he didn't need to be against Gino Voss in the opening game of the day and against a real masterclass of finishing from this man, Dan Reid. And I think the confidence is beginning to ooze out of him. He finished the day very, very well yesterday in his campaign from Group A, and he's taken that into Group C today. 1-5-7 finish, a 1-3-5 finish.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first.
It would be a great start. If you can get onto 4 points this early in the campaign, it really does lay a sound foundation.
Yeah, you pretty much know that you're going to be challenging at the right end of the table.
125.
If you have such a start, and one of them will enjoy that. King having shaken off injury problems that occurred around this time last
60.
week. And got progressively worse as you went into Friday.
Yeah, it's probably the poison chalice, but I really fancy Dan Reid.
127.
Robbie King. I became a real big fan of him on his opening 5 games last week while he was here. It did sort of finish on a bit of a downhill. I've been looking forward to seeing him this week just to see which version we're going to get from seeing something really special in Dan Reid now. And I just think the experience of playing in the MODUS Super Series, he hasn't panicked
60.
about not finishing where he wanted to finish. And even not at his best, he got to 14 points in Group A. And I think he's a big favourite going into this competition. And he has a real opportunity here to cement that.
Reid can put himself in a good spot in the opening leg. We'll have to rely on King not cleaning up 161, but it's been Reid himself has been the king of checkouts so far. Can he get a dose of his own medicine here? The answer's no. But bizarrely, Reid has seemed more likely to take out big finishes than little ones.
55.
55. The equation is left with. Tops now. And double 10.
45.
It's a strange game when you get 3 darts in your hand for a double, and compared to the massive finishes there, just gives Robbie King a chance. 104, you'll feel as a bit of a freebie. So many players are going this way now, especially players who like to finish on tops.
56.
It's back in the hands of Dan Reid. He did it a big 5 going for this earlier. That might be on his mind. He has to be aggressive now. That's his marker. He can't be frightened with the last dart.
No score.
They weren't really peppering that
48.
double 5.
Yeah, tentative tungsten tossing from Dan Reid there. And Robbie King inadvertently hits the double, but then
game shot in the first
bails
leg.
himself
Robbie
out.
King.
He just likes a little chat. He likes engagement with a player.
Second leg is
Dan
Robbie
Reid
to
was
throw
giving
first.
nothing away. You can just see it's clear disappointment there. Real shake of the head you can see there because he's feeling good. I think he's feeling he can run through the card today is what I'm sensing from there. That's a setback, but what the real good players can do is put that to one side and get straight back on it. But Robbie King has opened up well.
Good response from Reid.
140.
2 treble turn in reply to a couple of treble 19s found by King.
45. $96.
Nice darts again from Reid. Nice and solid. You'll probably see him go on the 19s when he returns. For Robbie King, that scoring, which he was so good.
43.
Group A campaign just seems to be deserting him. I know I'm going back to a local competition, but it must have felt like semi-professional with the players that were there. And to reach that final, I think that was a real catalyst for him to get that belief back this week. The only thing I would sort of take into consideration is when he saw that stage again today, when you've lost a lot of games on there, it's a real horses for courses where you'll get them negative feels of all them defeats. Well, last week we were spoilt with 170s.
94.
Not this time, but a great layup. It's looking good for 1-1.
Well, it is, unless King piles in something massive here.
85. Dan, you require 76.
Actually left a finish that Reed himself took out in the previous match, but it's 2 at double 8 for Reed.
60.
And the doubles are deserting him at the start of this one. That's now 7 missed at the outer ring.
Interesting enough, one of the best finishes we've had today so far is a 135 from Dan Reed.
More difficult, this one, because of the marker blocking the ball. In the end, he didn't get a go at it
70.
anyway. Well, threw at it to try and prove he would have got
16.
it, but didn't prove anything of the sort.
Game shot on the second
And Reed
leg.
proves he
Dan
can
Reed.
still hit doubles and levels it up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, the one negative for Dan at the moment
Third
is
leg
1
is
from
down to
8
throw
on
first.
the outer ring
Game
right now.
on.
But apart from that, for me, he's been the star of the show so far. And he's got the darts back. He won't like that first dart, but he's the one for me who's really showing signs that he wants this Group C campaign. And
76.
he wants to finish top. He wants to be there Saturday night.
There is a way of looking at that, though, as well, isn't there, Glenn, where he was 0 from 7, so now he can kind of regard himself 1 from 1
41.
since then. The same that Robbie King is on. Robbie Green. That would be King Kong, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Again, you've nicked me line for the conclusion of this match.
100.
Yes, he was called Robbie Keane last week. Robbie Green now, so there's only me to mess up now.
100.
There's a few Robbies. There's also a few Kings, isn't there, in the world of darts? Irvin. Of course, the most famous. Corey Cadby goes by that nickname himself.
55.
Corey Cadby. He slept at my house for a few days. What a talent. What a waste. He's got
60.
I'm sure he's doing everything to get back over here and that. But honestly, Chris, I've met some real dart players. I remember Jose de Souza going through that real period of absolute brilliance and just standing behind him and
55.
thinking, this is the best I've ever seen anyone practice. And well, Corey Cadby, he helped me win that second world title. It's against Mark McGeaney, who's here tonight. Corey had travelled over for
81.
Q School and was allowed in the back area of the lakeside where we're allowed to practice with somebody. And yeah, a real talent.
Yeah, got through Q School, won a title,
97.
made it to the final of the UK Open. All in quick succession. And his fellow Australian here, Robbie King, looking to try and halt Dan Reed's progress. And that's a
137.
very good
Dan, you
setup
require
shot.
118.
Maybe forcing Reed into what would be a third ton plus checkout of the day.
It's not going to be easy after that first answer. He's going to use the treble 16 bullseyes. Robbie King. He
93.
looks away, which is a trait he uses.
Robbie, you require
And
82.
that bullseye area that Dan Reed was looking at will be the area Robbie King will be looking with his first dart. He'll look at a big 17 now for that 1 dart at tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Robbie King.
He pinches the leg. Brilliant setup, brilliant finish from Robbie King. Really good closing out of that one. That double top.
Fourth leg, it's Robbie to throw first.
Sealing
Game
a
on.
breaker throw for the Australian.
Yeah, and for the first time as well, Chris, just when that double went in there, the first real fist pump from Robbie King. He was doing that so much when things were going well and he was a
140.
shadow of his former self in the back end of last week. But that winning mentality, that winning feeling can make such a difference to players. And he starts the leg with a 140.
100.
It's beginning to look good.
$100.
Just beginning to drop under that treble 20. He's
44.
thinking about the situation right now. And Robbie King is 100 ahead plus these. He's looking good to lead 3-1.
What puzzles me sometimes, Glenn, as a layman, is that
100.
we saw on that checkout attempt before Dan Reed go below the treble 20, then move away from it to go treble 16 bull. But then when he does it in a scoring segment, he carries on persevering there.
Yeah, it's a little bit
81.
lazy. I mean, there's
Robbie
people who just
Require,
have that trait in,
161.
like Martin Adams does not move away from treble 20. There's Robbie King. Fabulous setup
137.
play. His best leg for a while on this stage. Beginning to feel good.
Yeah, he's really put his foot down, hasn't he, here, Robbie King? And he's looking to make it 3 from 3 on the doubles.
87.
Open up a 3-1
Robbie
lead
require 24.
over Reed.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Perfection
Robbie King.
so far from King on the outer ring as he looks to double his points tally.
Fifth leg, it's down to
which
throw
would move him
first.
top
Game on.
of the early table. And I say early table, but remember these are shorter groups than what we've witnessed so far. Monday to Wednesday.
100.
Played a fifth of his matches.
Yeah, I think he'd be disappointed with his performance. He's mid-80 averages, but it's the
57.
missed start at double in the first leg. He's been punished a couple of times by Robbie King. And I think that's a deciding factor. The Aussie is really finding the outer ring there, and that's a big input and the
96.
difference in this game so far.
A nice 82. Check out the highlight. A 13 dart at the last leg as well. He really has the last couple of legs just
85.
shown the best of himself.
Yeah, he'll feel on a bit of a free roll in this leg because he's against the dart, and it'll get to a stage, especially now them 2 treble 20s are gone in, that the mindset for Robbie King is
174.
already on the next leg now.
One more to go before a short interval before
58.
game 7.
Can you require 131?
When Reed returns to take on Voss, it'll be Lewis Gurney against Charlie Large, a battle of the young pair in this group.
55.
I wouldn't be totally confident yet if I was Dan Reed. If King can fire in a couple of trebles here, then suddenly he's on his shoulder.
135.
An
Can you
unfortunate
require
kiss.
76?
6 darts for Dan Reed from 76. And that's why we didn't have the confidence. As he looked at treble 17, all he can do now is lay up.
33.
And Glenn says nothing about the missed big number.
So many of those so far today. King will continue to apply pressure. Yeah, don't keep throwing there, Robbie.
126. Can you require
Tees up
43?
tops in case Reed misses more darts at double. Only 1 out of 9 in the game.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Dan
Make
Reed.
that 2 out of 10. And it's game on.
Sixth leg, it's Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's been a pretty solid performance from Robbie King. Just shy of that 90 average. But this is the really most important 3 darts I feel in this match. And that is a
131.
fabulous start. Dan Reed is now up against it. How does he respond? He knows in his mind he can't go trebleless.
100.
Keeps himself involved. But for Robbie King now, he's just thinking 1 treble a visit. Surely, now it's a bonus, he's thinking. If I can fill this up, I become a big, big favourite.
180.
Despite losing that previous leg, he really has turned
100.
up the ante towards the back end of this match and looks every inch the winner of it. Hasn't missed a dart at double, don't forget.
82. $57.
Now he's
Robbie require
pretty much
108.
guaranteed to get one.
Yeah, options on 108. This is the preferred route for players who want double 16. So 70 left.
92.
He's doing so much. Very impressive performance for Robbie King. He'd be well happy how this has gone.
And he completes
100.
a perfect run
Robbie require
on the
16.
outer ring in this game, an average of 93. And
Game
4
shot
out of
and a
4
match, Robbie King.
on the doubles, 100% for Robbie King, and nothing much that Dan Reed could do about it. A 4-2 success for King that sees him go top of the table in its early stages, but by far the best display we've seen so far today. Right, coming next, game 6, and it features Lewis Gurney and Charlie Large. On we go then here at the MODUS Super Series in Group C, which is being led by Robbie King at the moment after he got the better of Dan Reed in the previous match. Now, Lewis Gurney is looking to join him on 4 points, while Charlie Large, the man in your picture right now, is looking to get off the mark for the day. Gurney getting the better of Reece Collie in his opener, a 4-0 win for him. Large went down 4-1 to Reed, but that probably doesn't tell the full story. He was looking likely to level that match at 2-2 when Reed weighed in with a big 1-3-5 checkout, one of two enormous outshots for him in that match.
First leg, it's Lewis
so
to throw
I don't think it's a foregone
Game
conclusion,
on.
Glenn, that Gurney will stroll to victory in this one.
No, he's not demonstrating the fact he's going to put a real
60.
dominating performance, but I still think the positives outweigh the negatives for Lewis. He looked like he just wasn't enjoying the experience, and I think it's worked out well for him today with the way it's gone. Reece Collie just wasn't at the races at the beginning. I think Lewis will fancy his chances against Charlie here. But like I said, it's that word expectation now. He's been the underdog for a lot of the games this week. Now he'll be a big favourite. And it'd be interesting to see how versatile, how adaptable he is to that change as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he is. But he's getting better and better and doing his man proud.
57.
Giving out the birthday wishes. Glenn, have you got any more to give?
Well, Charlie's actually... No.
I think there is someone that you should be a good mate of yours celebrating today.
59.
Well, I've only got two friends, so it's either Chris Dobie or Jim Williams. So am I right on that?
You are, yes. The Quiff. Many happy returns. A man, of course, who back in the salad days of the Super Series when it was the live league in Southampton actually won a week.
Yeah, spoke very, very highly of his experiences. He was, like I said, it was another guy, another catalyst for him to go on to be a professional dart player. So many happy returns, Jim. But As Glenn quickly gets his phone out and sends message to Jim Williams because he has forgot.
Treble 20. Well, Charlie Large then can have a go at the 106 to get the first leg in the ledger.
Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's a quality finish, a 106. Like I said, we've used the word settler. Just exactly what he wanted there. Lewis Gurney will have been a favourite going into this game.
Second leg is Charlie
Large won't like the fact he's sat there on 0 points, and it's a real opportunity now to break a throw. So all the positives 96. Are with Charlie. And a decent start. Treble visit.
$94.
Be interesting to understand the mindset of some of the young and up-and-coming players these days. I know, Glenn, that you were a bit of a latecomer, weren't you, to professional darts, and it's a sport where age isn't really a barrier, but I do see young players, if they're not achieving everything by the age of 19, 20, then they start to think that it's not going to happen for them, and there's no reason it
57.
Can't in darts.
Yeah, I try to mentor as many people as I can. I always feel like I've been at the very
96.
top, I've been at the very bottom, and you're absolutely spot on. You know, so many players, they want everything happen, you know, tomorrow. I try to tell them my first title was age 43, and my first major was age 46. So the time
really?
is
20 years ago, was it?
I was just about to say that. I told you I don't look as old as I look, but it's getting a real
60.
Embarrassment.
Charlie, you require
170.
Well, the big fish, the large fish. Not going to happen. In all seriousness, you are preparing, aren't you, for another title tilt?
Am I? Oh, yes, the scene is. Oh, yes.
58.
I'm heavy in practice for that.
Sure, the Middlesbrough Massive will be making the trip to North Yorkshire.
Yes, there's a few coming. Treble 19, he can still do it, but he'd be disappointed with that first dart there.
40.
Chance for Gurney.
Decisions
92. To be made. He's got an option of going direct for treble 20. He could have gone bullseye to give him at least 52. A dart at the bull. It's not seen as much as we talk about youth players now. I think they have the confidence. Well, I feel I can hit a treble with one of 2 darts. Will Charlie get a dart or a double? He will. He was good on the first one in this area.
40. Lewis, you require 40.
Double top.
No score.
Just clattered into the dart above it. It's not so often players do that. Just follow the dart, can't make the adjustment.
Like I said, he's expected to win this game now.
Game shot on the second leg. Charlie Large.
Doing not spectacular, just nice and professional. And this is disappointing for Lewis Gurney.
Third leg is Lewis.
See it on his face there, which is a positive. But I'm telling you, when he walked on that stage, he expected to win this game, and things aren't going right.
30.
And he's in that moment now where panic can set in. And for Charlie, just had a look at the camera there to say, well, I'm 2-0 up. I'm not doing anything special.
59.
Next game after this will get underway a little after 3 p.m. It'll be Gino Voss against Dan Reed, and then Large returns 85. To take on Reece Collie, who has lost his first 2 matches. The only player in the group without points if Large gets over the line here. And you would suggest that
140.
defeat there could be almost terminal for Collie.
Yeah, and Charlie has the positives 96. That he's 2-0 up in this game, and also they have played each other on the development tour this year, and it was a big win for the man in your picture. He beat Lewis Gurney 4-1.
57.
The kind of positives that you take onto that stage there, and it's looking good for Charlie right at this moment.
100.
Yeah, same format played here. Every single match at the MODUS Super Series is
93.
First of 4 legs, right down to the final on Champions Week, which actually will be next Saturday.
100.
And this
Charlie
time,
require 152.
From my home, like I did the last one, where it was that spectacular performance from Luke Littler. And one of these 2 players would love that opportunity to be there next week. It's a fantastic
Lewis, you require
carrot
90.
being dangled in front of them. And Lewis Gurney will be looking at the bullseye.
65.
That's what happens when you're 2-0 down.
Charlie,
When
you
you're 2-0
require
up, that just
107.
creeps into the bullseye. But he has to get back and focus on the fact that he will be back. But Charlie is going to have a dart for a 3-0 lead for his trusted double 16.
75.
Took out
Lewis, you
106
require
earlier in the
25.
match, but could not take out 107. And Gurney looking to halve the deficit on double 8.
9.
Well, that one was a really
Charlie, you require 32.
dirty dart. Took a bit of a nosedive, didn't it?
That's not ideal. And looking at the top part of double 16 is never the easiest. Now he's gone the other way. Is he going to kiss off the barrel of one of them 2 darts?
No
It
score.
was hope rather than expectation with that
require
last one. And
16.
Lewis Gurney's going to get another opportunity,
Game
which he
shot on the
duly
third
takes
leg.
with
Lewis
both hands.
Gurney.
He has a little chat with the dartboard there.
Wayne Mardle once coined a term that I quite liked, actually. I haven't
Fourth
heard
leg,
it for
it's
a
Charlie
while.
to
And
throw
it's what
first.
Charlie Large did
Game
there. He
on.
darted himself.
Yeah, the angle of his darts, the way they're going in. A little bit like Jerome Mioch as well. So when they do miss a
96.
double, especially around about that double 16 area, that can be covering a large part of the bed. And that's when you can see the manoeuvring from the left-hand
36.
side to the hockey, which is a tough double 16 when you stand on the left-hand side. You're just looking at the top part of the double 16. I preferred the move across to the right where not only can you see the bed of the
58.
double 16, there's also the little bit of hope where you can clatter into the previous tungsten and go in. I think the worst dart ever threw was Lewis Gurney smacks in another 180 against Jim Williams at the quarter-final of the Lakes, and I threw a dart where you can see my voice say, "Oh, I don't," but it just left my
140.
fingers wrong. It was going nowhere. It kissed into a dart, slid into double 8, and I went on to win the game.
100.
I was going to say it's better to be lucky than good, Glenn, but
You sound like Scott Mitchell now.
you were both, to be fair.
133.
Yeah, it's not all about me, but we were looking at the 2018 World Masters when Reece Collie played in that.
140.
Looking
Charlie,
through
you
one of his
require
previous games, the year I
74.
lost to Adam Smith-Neil. Never averaged under 100. That's Charlie Large. And that was for a
64.
real decisive moment.
Lewis, you
Lewis Gurney's
require
been
45.
second best in this game.
Yeah, Large has had the opportunity now to lead 3-0 and 3-1. Will it be 2-2?
13.
It won't, because once again,
Charlie,
we saw
you
a missed
require
big
10.
number in the combination, and it means a waste of a dart. Now Large is going to have to waste a dart to leave a double. He chooses double 1, and he
Game shot on
pins
the
it,
fourth
and he
leg.
does lead
Charlie
3-1.
Large.
That's a real sign of maturity. And it's a real strategic move, that 3-1, because he's just aiming for double 5 there.
Fifth leg,
Double
it's
2
Lewis
is
to
never
throw
the
first.
easiest at the bottom
Game
side of that
on.
board. And if you ask any dart player, would they rather have a dart at double 1 or double 2? So I think that's quite mature from Charlie Large. He wasn't very happy with the situation.
180.
You could see the response from himself. And Lewis Gurney, you feel, needs something. And the times he's opened up matches this week with 180.
57.
Unbelievable.
He's the epitome of a first dart merchant, isn't he? That's 2 in this game.
81.
And for me, that's because he's a very rhythm player. You could argue, I mean, not argue with the fact that Charlie is an aimer. There's that point there, just on point
98.
of release. Whereas Lewis, it's all one motion when the first dart goes.
Just had to break that rhythm slightly to shuffle across the
60.
hockey there. But still in a good spot to close the gap to a single leg again here. Well matched, the pair of them, so far in this game. The two
59.
maximums. The only real column where Gurney is leading. But the doubling has been twice as good from
78.
Large. Lewis missing 7 darts at double in the game.
I think all 6 players can still think they're going to qualify from this group. No one's really grabbed it
95.
with both hands.
Lewis,
Robbie
you
King, you
require
could argue.
102.
Dan Reid has pressed at times. So 90 there. He went the bullseye route. Again,
48.
set up play from the players today. If it was a skill report, it would say must do better.
It wasn't too long since the pair would have been picking
44.
up score reports,
Lewis,
Glenn.
you require
I was thinking
54.
that must be the
No score.
13.
Charlie, you require
Unlucky
40.
for him and Large. can finish the job on tops. In
Game,
tops.
shot,
And a
and a
4-1
match,
win.
Charlie Large.
And Charlie Large gets off the mark in Group C, defeating fellow teenager Lewis Gurney. A 4-1 success for Large there. The doubling is what won it really. 33%, a 106 checkout as well. Charlie Large wins by 4 legs to 1.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen an interesting start to our Thursday afternoon action. Glenn Dowen alongside me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. These are the results then from the games that we have seen. And, well, it's been a convincing afternoon so far. Actually, only one game going above, going 6 legs or beyond in and amongst it. But first things first, let's talk about Robbie King, because he is the man at this very early stage who is asserting his authority on this group.
Yeah, performance of the day, beating Dan Reed. I think Dan Reed looks super impressive after the first leg of darts out the 6 players. But I think all 6 players will be thinking, you know, I can still qualify from this group. I think Reece Collie will be the most disappointed. I think, you know, his game is not 100%. The change of tungsten was a real concern for me. And Lewis Gurney had an opportunity there. So still very, very much all to play for.
Is Robbie King going to be the only player happy in the mix? Can the rest of them say, well, there's still plenty to come from us?
I think Dan Reid will be thinking, my game's there. I'm disappointed I lost that game to Robbie King. And I think the 2 guys, rightly so, are the ones right at this moment be thinking they can go through this group.
Well, so this is the table then, following 2 rounds of fixtures. Robbie King, the only player to have won both of his fixtures. Reece Collie, the only player yet to go off the mark so far. Bit of a collie wobble for Reece at this present moment in time. But as I say, we saw towards the back end of yesterday, Dan Reid play some better stuff. He changed the equipment from the black stem to the Union Jack stem. Now, I had a little bit of a chat with him before the session got underway this morning. Now, he was playing with that setup he was using on Monday and Tuesday in preparation for this, and decided yesterday to change it. It seems that the change has been beneficial to him.
I think so. in a sense that it can be quite dark on that stage behind my shoulder there, and he's got a black tungsten stem and the black barrel as well. And I didn't think the flight, when you're watching the visualization of a dart, can be great when it was all in black. I thought it was a good decision, and it was no coincidence that he started playing really well when he started using that brighter flight. Like I said, Dan Reid's had an interesting week. It's how he deals with that setback, with that loss against Robbie King, but I still think he'd be thinking that he can get 4 wins out of 5 today.
Just going back to Robbie King, he's had those few days. He's been obviously in and around the Portsmouth area because it's a little bit far away to get back to Australia from here. He played at a local competition on Tuesday night, had success in that competition. Does it feel like he's spent the days off after Friday, in your mind, quite wisely?
Oh, he has. He's rested, he's hydrated, all the things that you should do, and still been practicing and got some competitive practice, but also the social aspect as well. It can be quite lonely when you're down east here with his manager, but, he'll have seen Simon Whitlock, Corin Hammond. I think he'll, just met up with a few friends there. I think he's got it right. I still think the best for him is to come. I still think the best Robbie King was the guy that started Group A in last week's campaign, but he sat with 2 wins out of 2. Like I say, he looks quite chipper downstairs. He's got a smile on his face, and I think he'd be thinking he can go on and romp away with us.
Well, it has been an interesting group so far, and the action is going to continue just after 3 o'clock here on the Super Series YouTube channel. We're going to be joining our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV, but Thursday is the beginning of our double session days here at the Super Series. And I'll tell you what, we've got quite the lineup for tonight for Group B, haven't we? Just quickly on that, I mean, the players we've got involved, that could be terrific.
Well, I'm going to listen to you for a change, because your words were yesterday, arguably the best Group B you've seen and been involved. Robert Thornton is the standout performer. I thought the 2 guys who come 2nd and 3rd in Group A are just going to make it really interesting. Mark McGeaney and Brett Claydon is a guy that's a very interesting. We're not sure where his game is right now, but yeah, that's a superb 4, and it's going to take a good man. But Adams versus Thornton stands out.
Well, you mentioned Robert Thornton. Well, Chris Murphy's been catching up with the Fawn, the 2-time seniors champion of the world, the former UK Open champion, World Grand Prix champion. His CV is basically something that the mere mortals could only dream of having. And Chris Murphy sat down with him to talk about his career and what is next for the Fawn.
Well, major titles, fighting back from the brink, tungsten tenacity, darting doggedness, all things that Robert Thornton has been well known for in his career. I'm delighted to have this chat with Robert. Look, everyone knows that the big glories, and we'll talk about some of those in a moment, but just tell us where it all started for you, this sort of love affair with darts.
I think I was 9. My dad got me into darts. I think I started beating him by the age of 13, so he wasn't too happy. But then I stopped for a while. But everywhere I moved, I always had a dartboard up.
So you knew you were pretty good at darts at a young age, and then you didn't play for quite some time. You're quite late coming to the professional circuit, weren't you?
Yeah, I met my wife, and then we brought the kids up. But I always practised everywhere I went. There was a dartboard up. First thing that went up was a dartboard in a new house, so it was it was one of them. But yeah, and I was lucky. She enjoyed darts and all.
Was it something that you knew at some stage you would try and take seriously?
To be honest with you, no, it was a hobby. I mean, I watched some of them on the telly, and I thought, I can play better than some of them. And she told me to go and prove it, and that's how it all started.
So you sort of started getting into Opens, professional stuff around, 2002, 2003?
Yeah.
And within 5 years, you turn up at the Winmore World Masters.
Yeah.
And you win it.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, I missed out by Lakeside, I think, by 1 game. And the only way to get into Lakeside was to win the World Masters, and it just happened that I did.
Just going back to that, was that for you a life-changing experience? Or was that when you really realised that this is going to be my career?
Even back then, I didn't think it was going to be a career. To me, it was still a hobby. I never really took it serious, if you know what I mean. And then when I won the Masters, I made Lakeside again. And that's when I get the opportunity to move to the PDC, and then that's when I really started taking it serious.
Just going back to that Masters, you beat Darryl Fitton in the final, but you beat Martin Adams before that, and he was the world #1 at the time.
Yeah.
So even that didn't make you think, look, I'm as good as anybody.
No, didn't. No, I just looked right on to the next tournament, and that was it.
PDC, you mentioned, you've achieved many fantastic things, won a lot of floor events, won every day, sometimes at protos and things like that.
Yeah.
What were the early days like for you in the PDC?
It was hard. I mean, I had to travel everywhere because I wanted to get up in the rankings and stuff like that. And for 2 years solid, I would say I think I was the only one in the PDC that done every tournament. And the only one next to me was Mark Walsh. He missed out by 2. And it was grueling. It was hard on the family as well.
Yeah, and you won some proto events, got to a big final, lost to Phil Taylor quite early on. Were you starting to, by then, are you thinking, right, this is my future?
Yeah, it was like that. And I was getting there and I'm going, I can live with these boys. I can actually play the same as them. And it just kind of escalated.
The one I really want to talk about is 2012. Going into the UK Open, I mean, you've been quite unwell, hadn't you, before that?
Yeah, I had pneumonia. I was off for quite a bit. And I think the UK Open was my first major tournament back. And to progress in that and win it was unbelievable.
How bad was that illness? Because I think some people underestimate how big a deal it was for you to come into the UK
It was
Open.
pretty bad. I think it was laid up for about 3 or 4 months and I couldn't even lift my darts. And it was my wife that just take it at your own pace. If you can't play, don't play.
Just to give viewers an indication, he was a 250-1 outsider to win that tournament.
Yeah.
And it's an open draw, isn't it? But the draw
Yeah.
that you had, I mean, if you'd have seen it before the tournament, you'd have thought, this is
Yeah,
tough.
I watched the draw every night and I went, come on, give me a break. Do you know what I mean? But I think every player I got, apart from Dennis Priestley at the time, were all Premier League players. And I just thought, well, we've all got to beat each other, so just get up there, knuckle down and play.
Culminating in, of course, a final with the governor, Phil Taylor. And you didn't just beat him, you battered him in that final, didn't you?
People say that, but he did miss he missed a lot of doubles with it. My finishing that day was pretty good, and I never gave him second chances.
Brilliant then. Then you got into the Premier League, things like that. Another governor comes along, Michael van Gerwen. You get to the World Grand Prix and you see him off as well in the final.
Yeah, I mean, I think he thought he had it when he went 4-3 up, and I pulled it back to 4 each. And then I just thought to myself, do you know what, I've got him. I felt I had him, do you know what I mean? Just, I seen it look in his eye, and he didn't have that extra killer bit then. And I think I knocked the stuff out of him, and I got it.
There's a nice story about that as well, because the year before, you really felt you were going to win the Grand Prix. You had that 9-darter against James Wade in that incredible match. What are your memories of that match and that year?
That match, believe it or not, is very vague. It was the day I buried my mum, and it was like going through the emotions. Just I was here but no there, if you know what I mean. It was surreal.
So you'd buried your mum that day and then flown back to Dublin?
Then flown back to Dublin to play James that night, yeah.
Wow. And then he hits a 9-dart finish, only the second one ever in the World Grand Prix double start format.
Yeah.
And you decide to hit one back at him.
Yeah, we made history that night. I mean, it's amazing to be part of it, don't get me wrong. But I think I missed double 12 to beat him, and it was just one of them. I think if I was meant to win it that year, I would have. Do you know what I mean? And I come out and win it the next year.
Did you have that thing in your head for sort of the next 12 months that I've got unfinished business in this tournament?
No, I mean, everybody asks me, what's my favourite game? It's double start, double finish. I mean, that is my favourite game, and I used to practice that quite a lot.
There is a stat that's I've been researching before this interview, and I was trying to work out how many players had beaten both Michael van Gerwen and Phil Taylor in a big final. I could only come up with 4: yourself, Rob Cross, Gary Anderson and Rema van Barneveld. What does it feel like to hear that? And do you feel like you are a legend of this sport?
No, I'm just me. I don't mind them calling me a legend when I retire and stuff like that, but as long as I'm still playing, I'm not a legend. I mean, it's Jockey Wilson's a legend, Eric Bristow's a legend, you know what I mean? They've done fantastic. I don't class myself as a legend.
Do you think that's down to the fact that you didn't have in PDC darts a world championship title to your name?
No, not at all. I think I was meant to win what was meant to win in the PDC, and that was it. If I was meant to win a World Championships, I would have done that.
There has been a new lease of life from the World Seniors Championships. Ironically, the 2 places that you didn't really win in the PDC were the Match Play and the World Championship.
Yeah, and I won them.
You've now got 2 World Championships and a World Match Play in the Seniors. How much of sort of joy and fun and lust for the game has that given you as well?
It's absolutely amazing. The Seniors is great. I mean, you've got players for yesteryear and that, and they're still playing fantastic. Look at Martin Adams, he's what, 66, 67? If I'm throwing darts like that at 67, I want to keep playing, do you know what I mean? It's fantastic.
The first year you were quite a hot favourite to go into that tournament. The next year, other people were tipping other players and not really mentioning Robert Thornton, the defending champion.
Yeah, because I've never ever defended a title before ever, so going into it the second time, people would turn and say, well, he's never defended one, so we'll write him off.
But that's a bad thing to do, isn't it? Write off Robert Thornton.
Yeah, that's a whole different story, isn't it? But yeah, don't write me off. I mean, it's kind of silly. They wrote me off in the UK Open and the Grand Prix, and I come back and won them.
I remember that Grand Prix as well, and your wife Christine came up with an incredible line. She said that Robert Thornton, he's a pit bull with the heart of a lion.
Aye, she's always called me that.
Description's amazing. She's been a big support to you, hasn't she?
Definitely. She's been the rock. Do you know what I mean? She's been the driving force. There's been tournaments I haven't felt that great in, and she just went, just got and try your best, and I won them.
How important is it to have that? You're up there throwing the darts, but to know you've got that support to lead?
You need a good woman behind you. You need a good family behind you, and I've got the most amazing family ever.
What are your ambitions now as a darts player? Things that the landscape's changed massively, hasn't it, over the last 3 years? Where do you fit into it?
I want to try and get to a final of one of these. I want to try and actually win a Saturday night. But no, I mean, I'll take whatever comes along. I mean, I want to keep winning the seniors. I want to win the couple I've missed. Do you know what I mean? And we'll just take it as it goes.
And when you do finally decide, right, that's it, feet up, when you look back on your career then, how do you think you yourself will reflect on it? People like me regard you as an all-time great, but how do you reflect on it yourself?
I think I've done amazing. My wife says she's done her job. She's made me a world champion. Well, I'm twice a senior world champion now, so she always said she'd make me a world champion, and she's done it.
And you've still got the fire in the belly?
Oh, definitely.
And we'll see it here at the MODUS Super Series. Robert, it's been a pleasure.
No problem, mate.
Well, a very good afternoon to viewers joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV2, continuing coverage of the MODUS Super Series here from the live lounge in the south coast of Portsmouth. We are 6 games down for our Thursday afternoon session, a session which has been dominated by the Australian Robbie King so far. The only player to have won both of his games, and he's done it with the concession of just 2 legs so far. These are the results then from our first 6 games. There's been heavy victories pretty much all across the board. Only a couple of matches seeing more than 5 legs played in it. It has been, as I say, a convincing session so far. Those are the results. This is how the table looks after a couple of games for each player. Robbie King then out on top, at the top of the table, 4 points, but also for his perspective, 6 points plus on the legs difference bracket, being crucial for him possibly as he heads to the dying embers of the group. Everybody else apart from Reece Collie find their way onto 2 points, which makes this third round of fixtures here ever so important. And that's going to kick off with a battle of England and the Netherlands as Dan Reid takes on Gino Vos. Vos, who, well, he had his luggage lost in preparation for this event, so is playing with spare equipment. He takes on Dan Reid, who changed his equipment yesterday, and it has harboured good results for the man from Berkshire. So let's see who's going to win in this one. One of 9 games are going to be broadcasting to you here on Sporty Stuff TV between now and 6 p.m. We're going to be watching this in the company of a 3-time Lakeside champion, a former Premier League winner in Glenn Durrant, and he's going to be joined alongside in the commentary box by Chris Murphy. Good afternoon, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. A very intriguing part of the day. The first couple of games, there was a couple of players that really impressed. For Gino Vos, it was a real disastrous start to the day. It was a poorest game of the week as he was demolished in the opening match against Robbie King. And I did fear for Gino Vos, but he did bounce back with a big win over the luckless Reece Collie. For Dan Reid, I thought he opened up absolutely superbly on the back of 3 wins in Group A. Going into this Group C challenge, Dan Reid, I thought, was so impressive with a big 4-1 victory over Charlie Large. But, you know, the final game for him against Robbie King was already labelled as a top-of-the-table clash. And because both players are expected to get finished, but it was the Australian that got to do that game. So for Dan Reid, he'll want to get back with a positive feeling. For Gino Vos, which version are we going to get?
Yeah, good recap there from Glenn Durrant alongside me. For viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the remaining 9 matches today in this group. Of course, we'll do it all again from 10 p.m. when Group B gets underway. The likes of Robert Thornton and Martin Adams in action tonight. Do not miss that. And one of the things that had been happening quite a lot in the first 6 matches, which we showed live on the YouTube channel,
100.
is missing big numbers. But I think in the last couple, we started to see most of the players sharpen up and straighten up, Glenn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all 6 players walked into the venue today thinking they could qualify from this Group C. Feels has a very youth flavour to it. It's incredible. We think that Gino Vos, we're looking at as one of the experienced
96
players. Gino Vos has been around a long time and arguably at his best round about 2009, 2010. So it does have that real flavour there. And I think it was quite tentative start from the players. Like I said, I think Dan Reid opened up very good. So as we get to the sort of this mid-afternoon clashes, I think it's very pivotal for all players. And, you know, one of these players will go on to 4 points, which was 2 wins out of 3. And you would think that's a good start to the day. So every leg and every match over the next sort of hour or 2 could have a real determination of who's going to qualify for this group going into tomorrow.
115.
Yeah, this man in particular putting a 4-0 loss behind him to win his second game. Can still be done. Treble 18.
99. Daniel Require, 152.
It's very, very handy indeed, but nothing is safe with this man around. In the early matches, he took out 157 and 135. But 152 is beyond 60. Him on this occasion.
Gino, you require
and the first
16.
leg will be beyond him if Vos can land double 8. I was going to say all double 4, but before he had a chance to say it, he'd thrown it, and I think he might have just rushed that last start a little.
Yeah, because he's not the super quick Dutch player that we're used to. He has that real deliberate pull of the dart. Dan Reid, that wry smile there, because I think his hand alignment was telling him there that was knew it was close as he went for the 2 double 18s. But Gino Vos on double 4, a double dart players like because of the height. Now It's about not dealing with panic. It's down to Madhouse.
6.
Yeah, Reed did go for 2 double
Dan, you
18s and he hit
require
one, and he
18.
hit one when he didn't want to hit it, which has left him on double 9. Can be tricky. Might have just got trickier. And that is the problem.
10. Gino,
And I
you
think that
require
second
2.
double 18 was based on the fact that he just expected Voss to hit double 4. And the one thing you
Game
don't want to
shot on the
do
first
is
leg,
go too
Gino
direct,
Voss.
but that's absolutely perfect for Gino Voss. And if you're just joining us for the first time this week, Gino's had more trials and
Second leg is
tribulations
Dan
than
to throw first.
most dart players
Game
will have
on.
during the year. Unfortunately, his luggage didn't follow him all the way to Portsmouth and has begged, stolen, borrowed, but he's had no complaints. He's played very, very well throughout. And I think I am a big
140.
believer it's because what you're about to see now. He's technically very sound. He's very experienced, has represented his country, Holland, in the WDF Systems World Cup and
140.
Europe Cup. He has played on the very biggest stages of them all, and that's all because of this very technically sound player, Gino. And he's a very cool, calm player. Not too much really affects him, but he's been
140.
tested this week.
Yeah, just a little bit of life advice. If you are a darts player and travelling, well, first of all, make sure you keep a spare shirt and trousers in
85.
your hand luggage. And secondly, try and leave a set of darts at destinations where you're going to attend, because you can't take those in your hand luggage. And we have seen it happen to a number of players, for example, on the European Tour. There's all Dan Reed's darts land in their desired destination. Yeah, he could have posted them, couldn't he? They've got here before him.
Yeah,
59.
his travelling partner,
Dan, you
his
require
luggage got
41.
here, so there's loads of things that you wish you do, but Dan Reed would wish he could play a leg of darts like this every time. 140,
Game
140,
shot on the second
180,
leg,
and then
Dan
a
Reed.
sumptuous 41 in 2 darts. 11 darter, his best leg of the week.
Third leg, it's Gino to throw
It
first.
usually takes
Game on.
something like that to happen before you do start putting in contingency plans. But I know that there are a few players who play on the European Tour leave the darts, or they'll send another set of darts
85.
with another player, thinking, well, it's unlikely we'll both lose our luggage, that kind of thing.
I sent a set of darts to Germany, but I missed. I've got to get that answer in quickly because I could see my
100.
co-commentator Chris Murphy was straight in with the answer.
I was just surprised you qualified, to be honest.
Has to have the last word.
60.
Well, Dan Reed might get the last word if he carries on like this, as Glenn just highlighted a brilliant 11 dart leg in the previous one.
95.
First time he strayed out of that 20, but I was about to say he just looks super straight at the moment and doing the basics very well. And sometimes when your opponent's playing well, it makes you kickstart.
180.
Gino Voss, no reaction from him, but that was a very, very interesting and impressive 3 darts, especially the fact that you feel your opponent is absolutely flying and
95.
can't miss.
Yeah, fantastic to level up the 180 tally in the match. One apiece after a couple of legs.
60.
Reed may persevere here with the 19s. Now he's going back up. And wondered if he was thinking 171 before the visit, but with little success
85.
previously, he decides to go
Gino,
up and
you
leave
require 116.
126. 116 on offer for his opponent.
We said many players gone the 19s on this route. I've got a feeling Gino wish he had now.
84.
That's a lovely last start.
Dan,
That's
you
a sign of
require
a real
126.
champion. When you're frustrated, like I said, that's second best to leave that. This is still a tough ask. He's going to get a dart at the bull for a 2-1 lead.
95.
Just lost the
Gino, you
weight of the
require
dart
32.
right at the end, and Gino Voss. After that 11 darter from Dan Reed, that's a
Game
great
shot on the
response.
third leg,
It's a
Gino
17 dart
Voss.
from Gino. And this game is just warming up nicely.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, you get to a stage with Dan Reed where you're thinking, that 11 darter, and I'm 2-1 down, but that's the beauty of darts, the word consistency as well.
100.
It has that explosiveness. That's something he can say to himself. He knows that 11 darter's in the bank. But now he's trying to strive for just keeping it very simply, scoring very nicely.
140.
Gino Voss, he looks like he's over those wobbles that he had in game one. It was a difficult watch for Gino Voss. Like I said, if he can
45.
get over the line in this game, he'd be 2 wins out of 3. And when he went back to the players' area, the practice room, you'd have snapped your hands off if that was the case. But here comes Reid.
140.
That's 140 to leave what would be the biggest checkout we've seen today. The
78.
157 from Dan
Daniel
himself
161.
is the highest so far. Didn't have to go for it even if he did find the first treble.
89.
Just great board management there, and 72 just, it looks like inviting. It's going to look even better now.
82.
Gino
Daniel
unable
Maguire,
to get down
72.
to a finish. This is looking good for 2-2. It's in the hands of Dan Reid. He'll stay there. Radata tops.
Game shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Dan Reid.
Quality affair. Typical match play in these best of sevens. It'll have its ups and downs.
Fifth leg, it's
The fact
Gino to
that
throw
Gino
first.
Voss has thrown
Game on.
first. Could that be the deciding factor in this game?
Yeah, well, this game was over after 4 legs yesterday. Reid winning with a whitewash, inflicting
96.
a 5th straight defeat of the day on Gino Voss. But as Glenn says, he does have the darts and therefore remains favourite to win today, despite the fact that he's averaging way less
100.
than his opponent. Full 15 points behind.
Yeah, Gino Voss did get the better of Dan Reid on day 1 in Group A. But it has been 2 wins for Dan Reid after that.
45.
And this game is finally poised. It might just take an error. And a score of 45, Dan Reid sprinted to the hockey and has effectively now taken the darts. Can he find a second treble?
81. 125.
He's finding that treble 20 very nicely now, Chris, isn't he? Gino Voss is still very much involved
140.
in this game.
$100. $140.
That makes Dan Reid
Gino
favourite
Maguire,
for this game because
135.
135 is a... We've seen it today, though. That's a perfect start. Treble 15. That would have left the dart at tops.
83.
Once again,
Daniel
good set
Maguire,
of play for
40.
Gino Voss, but we've seen an 11 darter from Dan Reid in this game.
Game shot on the
And now
fifth
we've
leg.
seen a
Dan
13
Reid.
darter. This is outstanding stuff when he really needs it most. We were looking for a real standout performance today.
Sixth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
And Dan Reid just shy of the 100 average there. Exactly the performance he needed. You also feel it's exactly the performance this group needed.
85.
Robbie King will still be watching on, thinking he's still in control. He has got a tough match with Lewis Gurney coming up for his next game. And the effect
30.
of that 13 darter there means Gino Voss is spraying these darts all over.
Yeah, Reid just putting the game in his control. He's got a real grip on this contest now. And he's looking like producing the best performance of the day so far. That
180.
will aid it. His average now goes up into 3 figures. 2 180s, 6 140s, 50% success rate.
100.
And right now, an average of 101.15. And it could be going higher.
100.
Yeah, we did witness a spectacular performance from our Group A winner this week, Jerome Miyako, who had an average of 113.33 this week.
25.
This is
Daniel
equally as
Maguire,
impressive under the
136.
situation. Dan Reid is on the back of a defeat to Robbie King and really wanted to make a statement in this game. He's doing exactly that because, once again, after 12 darts,
96.
he's leaving himself the dart at tops. This is super impressive and pretty much saw off Gino Voss and raised it.
60.
As you're now going to go
Daniel
all in.
Maguire, 40.
Double top then to complete a fabulous performance.
Game.
In it
shot,
goes.
And a match. Dan Reid.
And away he goes, a 4-2 success to Boss Voss. An average for Dan Reid of over 100. Only just over 100, but it still is a three-figure average for Reed. 4 out of 8 on the doubles, the highest checkout being 72, dwarfed by finishers earlier in the day from Dan. But that's a fantastic display. And coming next, it's Reece Collie desperate for a win against Charlie Large.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m, The Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Charlie Large is just completing his practice starts ahead of his clash with that man, Reece Collie, who in the first couple of matches failed to find a win. The Dudley darter is in a spot of bother and in much need of a big win against Large, the 18-year-old former World Youth finalist in the WDF system at the Lakeside last year when he lost out to Bradley Roos, the Dutchman. Collie going down 4-0 to Lewis Gurney in his first game, and then 4-2 to Gino Voss in his second. Voss, who we've just seen,
First leg, it's Reece to
lose
throw
4-2
first.
himself
Game on.
to Dan Reed. So Reed joins Robbie King on 4 points at the top of the table. King coming next against Gurney.
140.
And maybe the break has done Collie a little bit of good.
Yeah, them darts sort of enter the board with much more authority.
100.
He's actually changed his tungsten already today, which would highlight the real concerns, but there was fear after them first 2 games. I think there's a little bit of anger in them darts. They won't like the situation right now, and probably exactly what he needs right now.
91.
Robbie King might be the player to watch. He's playing Gurney next. He started the week very well last week, didn't he? The Australian
134.
back for a second chance at making it to Champions Week. So maybe having had a bit of time off, recovering from an injury, and then coming back might suit him. And it's looking
125.
like a fight
Reece
between him and Reed. But
170.
if Collie wants to be involved, he probably has to win this game.
134.
Your good friend Matthew Edgar, Glenn, he goes by a rule of 3 and thinks if you lose any more than 3 in Group C, then you're as good as done.
Yeah, that's the importance of getting off the day really well. I think it was 6 players. We said there was more questions than answers, and for Reece Collie, he's desperate for this double 9. Needed
No
something,
score.
and when things aren't going your way, Chris, them sort of things happen. He wires double 18 and then creeps into double 14, going for 9s. But what would be a double whammy would be this bull.
101.
I was just about to say, those are the sort of things that happen as well, aren't they, against you. He gets away with
Game
it
shot in the first
and
leg.
makes
Reece
it count.
Collie.
And Reece Collie, for the first time today, leads a game of darts.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Lost his first 6 legs of the day with the man from the Midlands.
93.
Will be representing
96.
England in the WDF World Cup this year. It's a very proud moment for him. I think he's glad of the experience of the recent Six Nations where he said nerves got the better of him and
58.
Was visually shaken during games. He felt he just couldn't settle for the enormity of putting that shirt on, but that's what them competitions
91.
are there for, because it'll be ramped up even more when you go to the World Cup. Even things like when you're doing the walk-on with all the countries and the flags, it's a big moment for him, but he'll have real experience around
94.
him. Including my co-commentator from Monday, Scott Mitchell, who's been picked as well. Scott will have a role to mentor players
100.
like Reece Collie. James Hurrell will be there as well, so there's a real experience in that team, but it's a great moment for Reece.
He might have another good moment here because
58.
Large faltering and failing to find a treble there. It means it's very much advantage Collie in this second leg.
100.
Yeah, and that release of the dart is so much smoother. I think that tension that he had at the beginning, and I expected Reece to do very well. Like I said, I was looking at his form
96.
coming into it and his development to a final. That is
114.
tough to do these days. Only beaten by the brilliance of Shan Van Veen as he looks at
Game
Tufts.
shot in the
2-0.
second leg,
Different
Reece
player we're looking
Collie.
at here with Reece Collie. The confidence is coming back into his game, and this could be a real momentum switch.
Third leg is Reece to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, for those that weren't with us, he played with a different set of darts in his very first match, lost it 4-0, then switched to the
93.
old set. And then because we got through the first 6 games quite quickly, there was about a 15 to 20 minute break before the 7th game got on.
58.
So Collie's been off stage for some time, having played in game 4. They say that a change is as
45.
good as a rest. Well, he's had both today.
That second dart, I really like that. I think he needs to feed off that first dart, because during a game, you just sometimes have to go back to
96.
basics a little bit. He strained into the 5s too many times. And this is where he wants to be. This is the Reece Collie that won the British Open last
140.
year, which is a tough one to win in Bridlington. And he was showing real signs that he was the next big thing coming from that Black Country area.
40.
No, it's a really good display. It's almost following on from what we just saw from Dan Reed, who posted
59.
the first 3-figure average in this group. Collie himself averaging at the moment 93 and change.
You feel the shackles are off now. There's not an awful lot of nerves being shown on that Rocky.
180.
Spoken
Reece
an awful lot
required,
about Reece
164.
Collie in this game, but Charlie Lyle just reminding us that he's still here.
Right, how's this for a bit of
49.
darting trivia?
Charlie required,
Today
127.
is the 9-year anniversary of the famous or infamous 127 and game call from Mr. Paul Hinks,
87.
the referee here at the
Reece
Super
required,
Series.
115.
Charlie Large leaving that checkout, but being unable to check it out.
And you thought my happy
80.
birthday was good research.
Charlie, you require 40.
It would have been better if he'd taken it out. No one will notice now. I'll say it again next time someone leaves it. Double 10. And
Game shot on the third leg. Charlie Large.
Good stuff from Charlie Large. Like I said, there's just them couple of seconds break now,
Fourth
because
leg
there's
is
type
Charlie
of play
to throw
that
first.
is itching to get
Game
on the
on.
hockey now. So I do feel old watching these players today. It is a young man's game, you feel, at the moment.
96.
World Match Play Final 2014, Glenn, that.
100.
Magnificent moment for Nathan Aspinall at the weekend, Chris, and I was more just the celebration. Not only was it afterwards with his family, which just
180.
watch how proud it is as Charlie. It's his second maximum, but just the party continued for the rest of the week, didn't it?
100.
Yeah, deserving winner, and someone who's come through real hardship, both personally and in terms of his career. Just 5 years ago, he had 20 quid in his bank account. But there's hope for me yet.
57. Charlie, you require 125.
Bullseye for starters. Maybe, because Collie's not on a finish. Oh, he does. He's got to do it, hasn't he? Oh, I thought he'd got to do the flashy thing, but maybe he's showing that he's a bit
85.
more mature than I am.
Absolutely. Reece Colby thinking things are going against
40.
him. All of a sudden, Charlie's the player who's averaging over 90 now and looking good. But today has been a real about who can hit them doubles.
20. Reese, you require
We saw an awful lot of
160.
big numbers missed, but the outer ring just wasn't being hit enough. And Reese Collie did have a chance. It was an outside chance. He's going to put pressure on this 20.
100.
Still in the
Charlie,
hands of
you
the young man
require
from
20.
Portsmouth.
Get this to win the last leg. And he hits
Game
it
shot on the
again to
fourth
win
leg,
this one
Charlie
and tie
Large.
up the contest at 2 apiece. Just going back to what you said about Nathan Aspelin as well, sort of told
Fifth leg,
half
it's
the
Reese to
story
throw
about
first. Game on.
him dropping onto the challenge tour, having to fight for funds, and at one point then he thought he might not make it as a pro
83.
dart player, and then even more recently, just 15 months ago, riddled with injury, thought his career might be over.
And I thought his voice started shaking as
96.
he was telling that story in victory. I think that was a real concern. He literally thought he was not going to be able to see out his dream of throwing darts.
180.
Standing scoring here from the two young men.
Yeah, 3-180s in this tie now. That's the first from Reese, who has certainly upped his game
59.
for the second half of this afternoon's action. Well, he'll be hoping it is more than just this match anyway.
58. $56. $60.
Yeah, we were talking about the importance of that players area sort
80.
of this week as
Reese,
well,
you require
Chris. and
120.
It did feel a very experienced room in there. As Reese Collie looks at tops for a 3-2 lead.
100.
But just listening to this, lots of laughter, lots of relationships are built. But I think these guys have come across each other an awful lot. On the development too, they'll see each other.
100.
So right now it's in the
Reese,
hands
you require
of the man
20.
from Dudley.
Double 10's where it's at in this game, but it's not there then.
Game
Double
shot on the
5
fifth
is,
leg,
and
Reese
Reese
Collie.
Collie gets ahead at 3-2. So more than
Sixth leg, it's Charlie to throw
respectable
first. Game
standard
on.
between the pair, but Collie is hitting more trebles than Charlie Large, and he's now hit more doubles than Charlie Large.
134.
And if Reese can get over the line here, and if buts and maybes and Lewis Gurney beats Robbie King, boy, we've got a bunched up group. He's just finding the board nicely.
180.
The darts were not going in as efficiently and as effectively as that. It just looks like he's got the timing so much better.
58.
And that release of his dart just looks a lot more smoother. It doesn't look as tense. It doesn't look as nervous. His foot, no tension I can see there. And that's the difference. And
100.
he's flying.
Well, so much so that I started to get a little excited when that fourth dart found the treble.
133.
Charlie Large is playing well himself here. Collie's not going to be able to close this out without pressure.
I was about to say they're bringing the best out of
27.
each other. I held back, and of course the obligatory 5 go in.
Yeah, so Large will be first to a finish, but how small will that finish be?
100.
Well, small enough that he should get at least one dart at double, barring a disaster, but we've had a few of those today.
Whatever happens here, I
132.
hope Reese
Charlie requires
sees the
76.
positives from this performance, because it's night and day from his previous 2 games. Is he going to have a dart or a double? Yes, he is, and that dart is double top. He has to move across the yoke. That never helps.
56. Reese, you require 62.
And he'd be thinking here, treble 10. I'm going to get a dart for the match.
Game,
And just
shot,
like
and a
that,
match.
Reese
Collie.
Collie is finally up and running. That was a quality affair. The 2 young men done themselves really proud there. Fantastic match play, but a jubilant Reese Collie goes off there, and just shy of a 91 average. The highlight being the 114 finish. A very enjoyable game. Next up, it's Robbie King, top of the table, against Lewis Gurney.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back here to the MODUS Super Series out at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's Group C day. And we're right in the middle of the session right now. Contrasting performance so far from these two guys. Robbie King going to the hockey now from Australia has played 2, won 2. And the second game was a decent performance from him. He's over from Australia for a couple of weeks and started off fantastically well in his Group A campaign last week, but it really petered out, and I wasn't really sure which Robbie King we were going to get today, but he'd be over the moon with the way he started and has a real opportunity to put 2 points on daylight to the rest of the players against Lewis Gurney, who's been just a little bit inconsistent this week so far. Very nervous. He wasn't sure about the whole experience if you asked him on Monday and Tuesday, but started providing his best start yesterday. And I think he expected an awful lot today, but he's got the chance of joining that gaggle of players on 4 points today. So again, it's another clash which is difficult to call, but you'd have to fancy the man throwing his darts to get through this game.
100.
And if he does, he starts to emerge as the big favourite to win this group and leave the rest of the players
43
scrapping it out for second spot. I know it's early to make that call, but you look at his remaining matches against Charlie Large and Reece Collie, a couple of players that have maybe struggled slightly. No surprise if Robbie King actually goes through the card and wins all 5 today.
Yeah, it's the version he was hoping we were going to see today.
$85.
Great to hear from him of how he's enjoyed a couple of weeks here in the UK. Typical Aussie mentality. Nothing will be good unless he's taken away that prize this week. And that carrot of being in Champions Week. Oh, we're getting very excited about Champions Week. The standout player, as Robbie King looks at 136.
96.
Will be Luke Littler. He'll have all the headlines next week. Just the most sensational 16-year-old since Michael van Gerwen in the early 90s. Can he be the first player?
171. Robbie requires
MODUS Super Series twice is Robbie King for a 13-darter. Looks at tops.
Game shot in the first leg.
Sweet as a nut.
King.
Yeah, talking of a potential title defence for Luke Littler, King defends his throw.
Second leg is Lewis to throw first.
Leg.
Game on.
13 darter is an average of 115 and a half, roughly.
100.
We've seen Littler sustain that for an entire match here. Did it in the final to qualify.
Yeah, we've had some special moments in Series 4.
60.
But I think that has to be the highlight. But there's still some fantastic names. And I just think that middle area of the qualifiers,
99.
the Steve West, the Berry Van Pia, Luke Littlers and Yella Class and Andy Bolton. It's going to be a fantastic competition, isn't it?
It is, and as always, do get in touch with us here at the Super Series. Let us know your favourite moments in this series at MSS Darts on Twitter.
87.
And across social media. Share with us what you've remembered and enjoyed, and we may well actually replay you some of those moments either on our
58.
social pages or indeed during some of the shows.
You could be here for Saturday night or finals week also. Just simply scan that QR code. It'd be great to see you make it a very special and unique atmosphere. And we have a brilliant crowd on Saturday night.
140.
The guys
Lewis, you require
appreciate
75.
every second.
Well, it was an interesting
66.
route to the finish.
Robbie, you require 143.
From Lewis Gurney.
He tries everything to leave double 18, doesn't he? We saw a treble 14 earlier, which was different, but he's not hitting it.
Yeah, and of course, if he doesn't hit the treble, then he's likely to only get a dart on the ball at both of those out shots.
119. Lewis, you require 9.
Well, he can't leave double 18 from here, that's for sure. He can leave his next door neighbour, though.
Game shot on the second leg. Lewis
And he
Gurney.
lands it for one apiece.
And just his reaction there when he's winning, a little bounce on his step, even a little chat with his dart there.
Third leg is Robbie to throw first.
Totally different
Game
demeanour
on.
to what I saw on Monday and Tuesday. And I think the family and friends have got around him to say, look, you're here, you've always wanted to be on that stage, go and enjoy the experience. And think that's exactly what Lewis Gurney's doing. He's just
134.
walking into a real sucker punch of Robbie King, averaging just shy of 108.
60.
But of all the statistics, Chris, the most important one, it's one leg apiece. Forget the averages.
Yeah, 20 points in those early stages, but
57.
Glenn rightly says there's only one stat that matters come the end of a match, and that is who gets to fall first.
57.
I know one of the ADC directors was very hopeful on Lewis Gurney. It's fantastic, the partnership that MODUS Super Series now has with the ADC UK, Europe and
81.
Oceanic. And you're seeing a battle of the ADCs here. I've spoken an awful lot about the importance
92.
of what's going on in the amateur game right now. There's so many vaults, the qualification, and then the national finals, the regional finals to get to the MODUS Super Series. It's big news now.
59.
I kind of fancy Robbie King for the 170 here,
82.
Glenn.
Robbie require 170.
A chance to get Chris Murphy back.
Well, this can only go wrong, can't it?
What a loser.
Yeah, he is rubbish, isn't he? Oh, me.
58.
Back to just felt he had the sort of spring in his step and
96.
the wherewithal to try and do something special. Now he's under a little bit of pressure.
You have to fancy this 112, don't you, after that 170?
Don't fancy it myself, Glenn.
60.
Well, now Lewis Gurney will
Lewis
really
require
fancy this, and
114.
he'll be thinking about picking the pocket of his opponent.
74.
Gave it a go.
Robbie require 52.
That could have been pivotal in this game. He was second best in this leg. Scores of 59, 58 and 60 for Robbie King, but he's going to get 2 darts at a double. It's all on this double 10, and you feel
Game shot on the
importance of
third
it.
leg. Robbie
You can
King.
hear the roar from him there. Once again, he does like to engage with it, likes to chat away. But that
Fourth
was
leg,
a,
it's Lewis to throw
a
first.
defining moment, that
Game
dart,
on.
because Lewis Gurney began to think of his finish. That double 10, when it's a last dart going in, it can hurt.
58.
We haven't had a single game go the full distance yet today. First 2 matches, in fact, were 4-0. King starting that run with a whitewash over Gino Voss.
140.
Yeah, I was talking to Robbie outside as they were coming in the venue together. He said his first game in that competition in Southampton was against a 17-year-old. He screamed and shouted when he won, Robbie.
180.
That went down well. He said the quality just in this
98.
area alone has staggered him. But it's been good for him. I think he's come to do with real impotence, bit of confidence. Not that guy we saw end his campaign last week in Group
100.
C. And he could be looking to be the first player on 6 points after this game.
85. Robbie require
Well,
121.
he may be halfway to victory if he can clean this up. Gurney is one better in terms of the finish that he has in front of him, and he will get a
57.
go at
Lewis
the Shanghai
require
shots.
120.
Well, that might be a happy accident because he's not going to block the target now.
110.
But he hasn't found it either.
Robbie require
Interesting
64.
enough, Robbie King had 1 dart, a double 10. He nailed it. Lewis Gurney has a dart, a double 10. Will he be punished? It's only going to be the 1 dart, a double. And his beloved double 16.
48. Lewis, you require 10.
Oh, 2 5s. Good guide.
Game shot on
And
the
he
fourth
uses a
leg.
second
Lewis
marker
Gurney.
to square up the match at 2-2.
I think you could hear Robbie
Fifth leg
King
is
as
Robbie
well
to
with a
throw
big
first.
sigh.
Game on.
We still got the darts. It's now effectively a best of 3 game. my mind used to sort of go to local league, you know, the best of 3 games. I used to try to go to a zone where I'd forget the surroundings I was in and forget the situation and just get me back in my local club. But what was nice to see was Lewis Gurney's reaction behind. He's really geeing himself up, really self-motivating himself. I did speak an awful lot about him being quite dour, that he wasn't enjoying things, and I wanted to see a spring in his step.
83.
So whatever happens for Lewis Gurney today, this week, I think he'll benefit from the experience.
59.
Yeah, but the question now begs, after the first couple of visits, whether that sort of reaction and animation actually made him just overdo it a little bit.
84.
It's so often when a player hits a big finish, a big celebration, then the next few visits can be a little bit scrappy and scruffy.
42.
I'm not talking just players here at the Super Series. I'm talking players in big finals, Premier League finals, for example.
Yeah, lock the door. You might come and look for me after this.
180.
Timing in darts. What's his third 180 this match?
100. Robbie require 109.
At least 6 darts and 109.
$69.
Well, where the dart landed in the 12, I would suggest he was going for the treble there, trying to avoid leaving tops.
96. Robbie require 40.
I'm surprised he didn't go the big 20 double 16 row, but he's on tops. He's good on tops. As demonstrated with that dart there. It's 3-2 to the Australian. He's beginning to look good. It's a super solid performance again. Averaging over 91.
Sig flag, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's drunk all his water. Now he's relying on being hydrated enough.
97.
They've been quick-fire games, though, today, Glenn. I've seen some matches where the glasses are empty and I've wondered if the water's actually evaporated.
140.
Do think to a couple we did together at the World Seniors recently. Won't mention any names. But Lewis Gurney still harbouring hopes here.
Yeah, there was that game this year on the Euro Tour as well, which must have smashed all records. I will mention names. Liam Mendel Lawrence against Finnish.
Yeah, Marco Cantele. It was the longest game ever, wasn't it, on the Euro Tour, and they didn't even play all the legs.
I had second, third and fourth longest, but that's another story. This is really good.
140.
That would have been for his fourth maximum.
Lewis
Once again, his
required
timing is really good. Put some pressure on this 170. Spoilt last week.
Game
that's what it's all about, Lewis Gurney. What a big fish. He reels that in, and look at the sportsmanship there from Robbie King.
7th and final leg. It's Robbie to throw
So magnanimous.
First.
Now it's a one-leg shootout, but what a moment that was. And just look at that extra bounce. I told you have to be self-motivated.
I told you I fancied a 170, didn't I? Let's have some creative editing on social media, please.
100.
Brilliant finish. And, as Glenn rightly says, Lewis Gurney looks a different player
100.
to not so much yesterday, but 48 hours ago, when he was just looking a little bit sort of, I think you described it, rabbit in headlights, and today he's up for it, isn't he?
Great to see. That's what it's all about for young players. But that's what the MODUS Super Series is doing. It's creating opportunities for people. He'll be much the better player for this. Win or lose. And look at him now. Look at that bounciness there. The shoulders were down. He was looking at the carpet throughout the games. You couldn't tell if he was 3-0 up or 3-0 down. But here comes King.
140.
So we do indeed have a game going the distance for the first time on Thursday. Will King hold firm and hold throw?
100.
Or can Gurney grab a victory? He might do it in the most sensational fashion, you know. A 170 to stay in it. How about a 161 to win it?
What a fabulous game. It's been warming
99.
up and warming up.
Lewis, you require
Not so sure about that last
161.
start there. Potential of going for the bull to leave a 2-darter.
Well, that's a nice bonus. That's a very nice bonus for Lewis Gurney.
89. Robbie, you
Two
require
finishes that
102.
both players will fancy. Robbie King will stare at the treble 20 bed. Now options, treble 14 or bull.
Well, I guess he went the right way for the bigger target, but
62.
has found the wrong bed and allowed Lewis Gurney the opportunity to bring what might be regarded as a surprise win here. He opts for tops. And he nails it. And he lets out a roar. And Lewis Gurney is the first to dethrone King on Thursday here at the Super Series. Despite the average in the mid-90s from Robbie King, it was Gurney who stayed in the match with that stunning 170 checkout and then got over the line to pick up the points and join King and Dan Reed on 4. Well, Dan Reed is in action next, trying to go top of the table himself. He takes on Reece Collie.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We have just seen the previously unbeaten league leader Robbie King defeated for the first time this afternoon. An inspired comeback from Lewis Gurney, helped by a 170 finish, saw him win by 4 legs to 3. Now, this is what we've seen so far today at the live lounge in Portsmouth. We are 3 rounds down for our day already. It's been quick fire, good paced action here on the South Coast. And this is how things correlate in terms of the table. So Robbie King succumbing to his first defeat means that he is now stuck on 4 points. Lewis Gurney joining him on that figure. In the middle of that sandwich, Dan Reed there on 4 points. Now, here's a little bit of a pigeon amongst the cats stat for you. In this next round of fixtures, if results go in a certain pattern, well, every single player could be level on 4 points after 4 rounds of fixtures. It really is a compelling race, that is for sure. Right, next up for us, Reece Collie against Dan Reed. Watching this one, Glenn Durham and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. And cat amongst the pigeons here for Reece Collie, because about 45 minutes ago, I was really doubting what's going on. But he has an opportunity now to join them players on 4 points, as Henry alluded to there. And that's how things can change here at the MODUS Super Series as well. It didn't look like he was anywhere at the races. But it's a tough ask against this man, Dan Reed. He's got the gears, he's got the levels. He's got the performance in him, he knows that. He just needs that consistency. Well, that's not a bad start.
180.
Yeah, that certainly will put the pigeon among the cats, or whatever the saying goes.
57.
Carry on. Carry on. Oh, he can't carry on.
125.
I was going to clip in another pigeons and cats there.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm quite happy it didn't go on, because if that had been a 9 darter and the video had been posted out, nobody would have a clue why I was saying that. I would have thought that I'd have got it wrong. Me.
58.
You never make mistakes, apparently.
I made one once. 2015.
100. Dan, you require 138.
No mistake here from Dan Reed. He's going to leave it
98.
handy for a flying start to the game.
Yeah, we have seen the Della this week.
This is more Reece from
31.
the first hour of the day than the
40.
next hour. With darts drifting into the 5. Someone end up leaving double 5 here, so he'll be relieved to see that go in. After all his hard work in the opening leg. Nice 15 dart start.
Second leg is Reese to throw first.
Uninitiated with the numbers, that is akin to 100 average.
He's had a real topsy-turvy week, Dan Reid, so far. And he'll be thinking, I'm not at my best. And I'm just 3 legs away now from topping this group. We are reaching that stage where it's a mid-part of day 1 in this group.
140.
Well, it was a good point that Henry made in his lead into this match. That actually, if the results go a certain way, all the players could be tied on the same amount of points. But having seen Robbie
54.
King falter for the first time, Reid would be doubly determined to put himself at the peak of the pile.
Yeah, and Reece Collie's gone back to that player at the beginning of the day, and he needs to find something
81.
soon. He's up quite against an inspired Dan Rees, averaging well over 100 at the moment.
100.
Just needs to snap them darts into the dartboard a little bit, just a bit more crisper release.
And Reid still has to face
125.
Lewis Gurney. That will be his final match. That could be an interesting one because we've seen good stuff from both players. Collie will take on King in his curtain closer.
100. Daniel require 155.
Of course, both the players I've mentioned still have their penultimate games to play as well.
105.
Yeah, it's just warming up nicely, and start to think about the Group B tonight as well, Chris. It's a real who's who.
26.
Well, Reid here is starting to emerge as the main man in this group, isn't he? Produced a performance of the day earlier on, and he's looking to follow a 15-darter.
Game shot in the second
with
leg.
a 14.
Dan Reid.
And this is a very, very strong showing from him so far.
Third leg, it's Dan
very
to
likeable,
first.
very professional. He practices a lot prior to the games. You know, you get some players that like to use games in between. As you look at that stunning average, just the only one man in this competition, you feel. In this match, sorry. It is 2-0 to Dan Reid. But more importantly, just having his wobbles again is young Reese. So all that talk of everybody being on 4 points, Dan Reid's just holding his hands up and putting his head above that parapet and saying,
140.
I'm the form man.
I thought he had been putting the work in, sowing the seeds in the practice room during that break. Thought we might just see cauliflower.
140.
All day he's been waiting for that.
And it was met with tumbleweed.
95.
We were waiting for the 170 all day, and we got one in the previous match. Will we see 2 in quick succession?
134. Daniel require 170.
I might make his mind up to go for it as well if he does get the chance.
$97.
Very simple throw, very effective for Dan. And when he gets that timing right, he looks really good. And Reece Collie's really up against it right now. Should look at the ball.
86. Daniel requires 73.
Does leave a 2-darter because 73, you're expecting a dart or a double. You have the potential of 2. Doesn't miss the big number for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Dan Reid.
Very clean. And the fist pump tells you exactly how he's feeling about this. Just coming at the right time.
Fourth leg, it's
Reid
reached to
put him
throw
on to
first.
6 points.
Game on.
There's a couple of players sat behind in there, but he's looking good.
Yeah, all 3 legs won within 5 visits.
43.
To the hockey for Dan Reid. And Reece Collie yet to have a dart, a double in the game. And that last one would have hurt him a little bit more, waiting on 59 when Reid went out.
60.
Yeah, Dan Reid's last game, 100.01.
58.
And he's only 440 points away from a near 100 average again. But it's just about the 2 points. He knows that. The averages will look after themselves. And
60.
He wants to produce these on Saturday night. And the 100 averages can wait. I would guess he would be thinking.
60.
And when your luck is down, there were 3 very well thrown darts. Just 0 reward from Reece Collie as he slumps back to the hockey.
Yeah, Jerome Mioch, the only player
100.
Confirmed in finals night so far. We'll know a little bit more at the end of today. We'll know everything by the end of tomorrow with 2 sessions of darts, as always, on Thursdays and Fridays. And the big one, 7:30 p.m. the start on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel on Saturday, 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV for the semi-finals and final.
180.
Dan Reed may well be there, and he hits a 180. And did he apologise for hitting a 180? Have you ever seen anything like that?
58.
I know he's a nice guy,
Gurney
but...
require 101.
Maybe it was apologising for taking out the 101 in advance.
I'll just apologise for being too good, because that's exactly the situation right now. And even
72.
He won't have a problem with that going in the treble. 11, it gives him a 2-darter. And he's going to have darts for a big destruction 4-0 whitewash win.
96.
And it's going to be his worst leg of the match.
29.
First time he's needed 6 visits to win a leg, but still Collie hasn't had a dart at double.
19.
We'll get 2 now.
You require 46. Game shot on the fourth leg.
First out very wayward on the double top. The second one plumbing the double 10. He's shaking his head. I wouldn't show your opponent too much.
Fifth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Even if it's a little bravado that you're feeling good. That's something I noticed straight away now is Dan Reed not only got the dart here, he would have him in the last leg if it does go to the decider.
100.
I don't anticipate that right now because Dan Reed just is playing a very within himself and still averaging well over 96.
He's no sloth,
85.
Dan Reed, but he's certainly the slowest player in terms of pace of throw in this group. But watching his throw, it actually is very rhythmic, isn't it? It's all very well timed and
100.
every single dart delivered at the same pace, the same routine.
Yeah, I get very jealous with that pullback of players. He's just bringing it all the way back to his face there. And like I said, it's very rhythmical. And what you're looking for is that point of release. You want that to be in the same place each time. You want it to be as smooth as possible. And you want to be your follow through to
83.
Have very little tension within their arm.
Having missed a chance to win 4-0, he'll try and close it out for 1 on throw here. And he's going to leave a very handy finish, you would think, from there.
140.
Well, he'll be going the 42 route here.
78.
And we saw from Gurney, it's 54 for 24.
54.
Wire.
150.
It's a big ask for Collie. It can't be done now, so Dan Reed.
90.
To be the first player on 6 points.
24.
It's been a great day for Dan so far. And that continues with a beautiful victory, a 4-1 victory over Collie, who's got his own troubles to sort out. But Dan is just producing the right darts at the right time. He's an experienced player here at the MODUS Super Series, and he's demonstrating all his qualities. And the numbers, the tail of the tape, just shy of 96 average, following his 100 average previously. Dan is the man right now. And next up, it's Lewis Gurney against Gino Voss.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the Arrows action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Gino Voss and Lewis Gurney are about to do battle. Voss to try and go level on points with his opponent in this one by doubling his win tally for the day and taking his points tally to 4. Gurney has designs a little higher in the table. If he wins, he will join the man in the lead, Dan Reed, on 6 from 4 matches. And he's looking to double up after a fabulous victory against Robbie King just moments
First leg,
ago.
it's Lewis to throw first.
I'm not saying the players
Game
are young this week, Chris, but Gino, I've been down to use my Dexy's Midnight Runners analogy for old Gino. Who do you think's going to win this one? Come on, Eileen.
140.
Well, I lean towards Gurney myself, Glenn. It was Dex's Midnight Runners, wasn't it? Who once appeared on top of the pops with a picture of Jockey Wilson behind them on the stage.
Yeah, the song Jackie Wilson said. I guess I've been waiting for this conversation
60.
all week, but
yeah, Henry's maybe not had as much experience in
29
life just yet.
Well, we went to the quiz and he did well on the 80s
To
music.
be fair, I'm surprised he didn't know much about Dex's Midnight Runners.
140.
Threw in a little Depeche Mode and Cyndi Lauper, I remember. But if he said, I wish Taylor was here. You know, Taylor's part of our production team who goes to the quiz every
40.
week.
Lewis, you
And if he
require
said that once,
161.
he said it 150 times.
But you should have said 161 times then, Glenn.
I should have done there. And I tell you what, we actually missed you because you don't mind your music rounds, do you? But a good start here from Gurney. And Gino Voss just hasn't come out the
68.
traps.
Lewis, you
That's on
require
in this one.
109.
Gurney can really put this leg to bed. He doesn't need to go treble 18 bull. And very sensibly, he's just looking to lay up.
46.
Well, in all seriousness, with what we've seen so far, you would probably lean towards Lewis, wouldn't you?
I don't know.
89.
I think what you've got here is that
Lewis, you
you've got a
require
guy who's
63.
very consistent in Gino Voss. He's not demonstrating it at the moment, but
Game shot on
he
the
loves
first
that double
leg.
18,
Lewis
and we just said he
Gurney.
can't hit it for toffee. And finally goes in, but I'm super impressed with Lewis Gurney. I think it was a big, big win.
Second leg is Gino to
finish
throw
against
first. Game
Robbie
on.
King, and you know the 170 to boot as well. It's what you need. As you want to progress. Well, like I said, for
140.
people watching Gino Voss for the first time, I was really looking forward to watching him play this week. I thought he could do an awful lot of damage.
60.
But like I said, he's just getting on with it and doing it right now, and you've got to make Lewis the favourite now.
Well, that one I don't mind, actually, Glenn, going the treble 9 there. It's quite a sensible shot, really. You think about it. It's a single 9, then
67.
he just goes 18 for double thereof, which is what happened in the end.
60.
And that's that inconsistency I was trying to highlight there. He's flashes of absolute brilliance, and we've talked about how much he's progressing during the week, but he's still very much so much he can still improve as a player. Of course he can. He's a young man.
And Voss working his way down to a finish first.
81. Gino, you require 154.
And he's got all the time in the world, really, to take it out. Although Lewis is more than capable of pinging in a 180 from nowhere.
96.
It was a very slow start from Voss, but this is so much better. He's down to a 2-dart finish after 12 darts. And exactly the response he wanted to do. But we talked about a big score there from Lewis, who put some
58.
pressure on. He's just kept himself in this leg, but still very much in the hands of Gino Voss. He's got a dart for a 15-darter.
38.
And
Lewis,
this
you
would
require
hurt.
160.
One treble 20. But then a big one.
It's nice to see
Gino,
that
you
smile on his
require
face,
20.
but yeah, I'd be disappointed with that for Gino Voss.
Game
He was
shot
the
on the
better
second
throughout
leg.
that leg
Gino
of darts.
Voss.
We've seen this week where people can have their problems on the doubles, but he's back in this match. It's a level game.
Third leg, it's Lewis
Going
to
with
throw
throw at the
first.
moment.
Game on.
If he wins, are you going to give us
100.
A few bars of Gino as the winning double goes in, Glenn. Does as Midnight Runners.
I'm more of a come on Eileen type of guy.
125. 140.
Likeable as Lewis Gurney. I hate the word journey, but he's having a week where he's just progressing very, very nicely. He'd be a great addition to Saturday night. He's putting himself in a decent position to win here, and he's
45.
He's had a week where he's just seen him at the bottom end of the table in Group A, and then when you go back to that practice area and the tables on the
55
TV up there, and you can see yourself in first or second position, it is a big lift.
Well, I have to say, just based on the first few games today, it probably looked to all and sundry like it would be
57.
Dan Reed and Robbie King that would dominate this group, but Lewis Gurney, I'm just trying to think of a different phrase now than cat amongst the pigeons.
42.
But he's kind of done that, hasn't he? He's put himself in the mix.
Pigeon amongst the cats?
Can the fox put himself amongst it
82.
with a victory here?
Lewis, you require
And that would be
164.
another little twist in the story.
He'll go downstairs with 99 left.
84.
So Gino Voss won't be thinking this leg is over, because 80 you see is a real 50-50 chance. But hasn't put an awful lot of pressure on this
Lewis,
80.
you require 80.
Really important to stray straight. But, I'm not so sure about that. He was going treble 16, double 16, but
30.
The opponent with a
Gino
calibre of
require
Gino Voss can pull out
133.
1-3-3, no problem at all. He should have given himself a dart, had a double. But he's not going to be punished.
I was trying to work out how he was going to leave double 18.
Treble 7 leaves
110.
Well, we
Lewis, you require 50.
know how he can leave it now. Bizarre, isn't it? Does everything to leave double 18. Could just leave it very simply there and then decide double
Game
16.
shot on the third leg.
is
Lewis
the double he wants
Gurney.
to go for.
But look at the fist pump, Chris. That's the bit I like. The double 16 was fantastic.
Fourth
Under
leg,
pressure,
Gino
your
to throw
opponent's right
first.
behind you.
Game on.
But I've spoken an awful lot in this commentary box this week about him as a person, how I see him getting better, how I see him improving. And you have to have that little
66.
fire in the belly, that self-motive, that controlled aggression. And what he's demonstrating to me right now is real positive signs.
92.
Just a quick reminder of the games still to come. Charlie Large against Robbie King will bring an end to the penultimate round of fixtures on day
60.
one of Group C. Then it's Gurney versus Reed. That could be a real top of the table tie. Or King faces Collie.
56.
Players the opposite ends of this group. And then Gino Voss will take on Charlie Large, and that could determine which one of them is still in
59.
contention come tomorrow. The really important fixtures to come.
41.
And then we'll be back on Sporty Stuff tonight at 10 o'clock on a Group B not to be missed. And there's one game that stands out for me there. Robert Thornton versus
45.
Martin Adams. I'm looking forward to that one. Great to see Mark McGeaney back. And also the guys that finished second and third in Group A. I thought they played fantastically well in a Group 1 by Jerome Mioch.
170. 99. Lewis, you require 142.
Boss should have been using the ball with the last start there. And it's the whole reason for starting on the 19s that players do that. So surprising he didn't. 25 would have left him on a
45.
finish.
Not the best of setups for Gurney. You had this leg and arguably the match in his hands there. That's what he'd be disappointed with. Can Gino make him pay?
100.
Just makes him a
Lewis, you
slight favour.
require
However,
97.
Lewis Gurney is first at the finish.
39.
Going double,
Gino, you
double.
require 72.
Fancying himself to use a double 18 in a finish somewhere. But double top will get Voss all square.
32.
Over the top.
Lewis, you require 58.
Big moments for the young man.
Game shot on the
Big
fourth
dart.
leg. Lewis
We wanted a
Gurney.
big performance of him, and he's 3-1 lead. He's not playing anywhere near his best. But sometimes you've got to win with
Fifth
your
leg
B
is
and
Lewis
C
to throw
game.
first.
You just see him there,
Game
just
on.
practicing that release of dart. But a lot of the times this week, when he wasn't at his best, he was getting punished and playing well and losing. So it's a nice trait to have when you
100.
begin to learn by winning a bit more scrappier.
Looking for a comfortable
60.
win, and in a close group, leg difference can be very important as well. We've spent many a Friday afternoon counting our fingers and toes.
180.
There's a little bit of swagger going on with Lewis Gurney at the moment. Get the feeling that he's enjoying himself
44.
much more now as we approach the end of the week than he was at the start of it.
Yes, my 17 fingers and toes will be there tomorrow.
100.
Lewis Gurney just once again demonstrating the real quality he has. I think if he's going to win this competition, get through
59.
this group,
Lewis, you require
he's going to have to put
121.
another 10-20% on his consistency. But part of me will know that his brilliant best is there.
65.
He just wants to come out a little bit more. For Gino Voss, it's a big, big ask from here now. You're relying on a big score here, and even that will leave not the greatest to finish. He's looking because that's his first treble for a while. And you know what happens after that. Easy game, isn't it, Gino?
180. Lewis, you require 56.
Will it count for Nout? Goes to his favourite double. Was fallen out of favour. It's written on every wrinkle on his face,
shot,
but
and a match.
he
Lewis
finds
Gurney.
double 9. And that 180 did indeed count for nothing for Gino Voss. A 4-1 defeat for the Dutchman as Gurney marches up towards the top of the table, tied on 6 points with Dan Reed, who he still has to play. But before that, Charlie Large will take on Robbie King.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back then to the MODUS Super Series, where Charlie Large and Robbie King are preparing for the pair's penultimate match of the day. Large currently sitting on 2 points, King 2 ahead of him. And this could be a darting duel that determines the direction of their week. If King does win, then he puts a 4-point buffer between himself and Charlie Large, and it's an uphill climb for him going into the last match of the day and the final day in this group. It'll be a 3-way tie at the top on 6.
First leg, it's
before
Charlie
King
to throw
faces
first.
Reece Collie,
Game on.
as he looks to win 4 out of 5. And before that, there'll be a proper summit showdown between Gurney, who we've just seen win 4-1 against Gino Voss, and Dan
96.
Reed, who, for my money, Glenn, has been the star performer today.
Yeah, he showed some brilliance at times, a 100 average, a 97 average.
81.
I like the consistency of Robbie King. He could very easily be sat on 6 points already, but he was involved in a real fantastic conclusion to a game against Lewis Gurney.
58.
I think he'll fancy his chances in this one. He's not one for reputations, is Robbie. You know, when he attended last week, he didn't really care who was in it and said, I'd rather be in a group where I'm playing
95.
good players. Like I said, typical Aussie mentality. And I do fancy him and think he can still get 4 wins out of 5. For Charlie Large.
57.
1-1. Lost 2. His final game against Gino Voss. He'd fancy his chances in that one. So if he can get past Robbie King,
95.
You're on that win 3, lose 2 ratio and give himself a foundation for tomorrow.
Well, we've seen how well Lewis Gurney's played in his last couple of matches, and he's won 3 from 4. But his defeat did come against Charlie Large, and it was a big win for Charlie as well, 4-1.
With darts like that, who's to say he can't do a big number on Robbie
Charlie
King?
require 110.
Who had a 170 hit against him by Gurney. Now he's trying to hit one himself.
98. Robbie require 170.
No luck.
60.
So Large returning.
Charlie require 12.
Looking east for double 6.
Here's a nervous look over at Robbie King's score because on double 6, unfortunately, you start thinking about the dreaded double 3. So there were 2 tentative darts.
6.
The aggressive third
Robbie
one has gone into this
110.
big 6 to leave double 3, and Robbie King will feel like this is a bit of a free roll. I think he likes to start in the 19s as he now looks at treble 17. But a dart at tops. This would hurt.
70.
Yeah,
Charlie
good attempt.
require 6.
Good attempt. But now is that dreaded D3. Might have been in and out that.
Game shot
But
the
that is
first
in.
leg. Charlie
And
Large.
Large leads.
Yeah, he shakes
Second
his
leg
head,
is
but I can
Robbie to
assure
throw
you
first.
Charlie is absolutely chuffed to pieces. He won't be happy that it took him so many missed darts at a double. He missed 5 there. But he got the dart and the leg under his belt.
57.
And Robbie King is not off with a treble. A
140.
lot of wrist in the action there of Charlie Large. He brings that dart back and then he goes through a motion there where he really elevates that wrist.
100.
And as he gets stronger and stronger in his arm over the years, I think that's a real trait. Wants to be a bit smoother.
$58.
That's a nice throw. We've seen Robbie so much this week. His scoring boots
58.
have gone all of a sudden. And Charlie has opportunities. You look at the 19s here. At first, he's got a very long dart, so when he covers the bed,
43.
it's very difficult for him to manoeuvre around that. We've seen so many styles of darts this week and long points, and extraordinary points from Jerome Mioch.
135.
If Robbie King does make it to Champions Week, or indeed Conor Heenahan is also in action tonight. There'll be 7 different nations represented out of the 12 players in Champions Week. Already got the USA.
80. Robbie, you
Dan
require
Lauby, then England,
151.
Northern Ireland, Netherlands, Scotland and Germany. Rennie Idams, of course.
$45.
Two trebles would be nice here.
Having to search after that first dart. It was a real
100.
flyer, wasn't it? So
Robbie
he'd
require
probably
106.
be pretty happy with just the one.
He had a dart in the first leg, and that went awry.
74.
And a very
Charlie,
similar
you require
in that
80.
response there. Charlie punished last time. Going to get a dart at tops you feel. He is. Like I said, them long darts makes this dart a very difficult shot, and you can
40.
see it bounced off the second bit of tungsten there. But
Robbie, you require
it's a disappointing
32.
effort for Charlie Large, and Robbie King will be relieved to be coming back.
So for early parity, in this
Game
one.
shot on the second leg, Robbie King.
Double 16 found for one apiece. Gurney versus
Third
Reed.
leg, it's Charlie to throw
on
first.
after this. Now
Game
just
on.
having a look at the table. Robbie King
83.
with victory in this one would go to 6 points, joining Gurney and Reed. So one of them will definitely end up on 8. The best he can do is tie at the top.
134.
If he wins this and his match against Reece Collie, who, let's be honest, barring one match, has looked pretty flat today.
Yeah, I'm disappointed for Reece.
131.
Like I said, such big things were happening for him. He's just going through one of them phases at the moment. He needs to settle with a set of darts and just work on ironing out that release of his dart.
180.
The performance he put in against Large was very, very good, wasn't it? So, I mean, you said at the time you hope that he continues it, but just didn't happen in his next one.
134.
To Reed, although Reed has played so well that maybe he can scrub his games out and just think, well, look, he's the best player today.
96. Charlie Iroquois, 153.
Upstairs now. Oh, this will be fabulous. Double 18.
Game
in it
on the
goes.
third leg. Charlie Large.
A big finish from Charlie Large. Fabulous 153. Respect from Robbie King. And a 2-1 lead for the 18-year-old.
Game on.
Robbie King will be feeling a bit of deja vu. A fantastic start to his Group C campaign. Sort of petered out at the end, that
43.
defeat in his previous game against Lewis Gurney. I thought he would come back and put a really tremendous performance on here, but don't anticipate your opponent checking out on 153. That was a beautiful finish and one of the best of the week.
$80.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the release here of Charlie. It's very much of a wrist. Look at the wrist bending back there. And I just think as he gets older and stronger,
140.
darts will really balance into the board a little bit more. They just need a little bit more power going into it. A real flicker
60.
of a dart. But 18-year-old throwing darts like this. A real bright future, you think?
Yeah, we've got
96.
a 67-year-old playing tonight.
I was waiting for the joke on my plane there, but he didn't. He's left me alone for 5 minutes.
We'll see Martin Adams playing long into the night. That match against Robert Thornton, the 9th game of the session, early
96.
hours of Friday morning. That brilliant battle between two senior stars.
Conor Heenahan,
80.
every time he's been in Group B, he's produced a 9-darter.
Yeah, and he plays Robert Thornton in the very first match, Heenahan, and he's not averse to a 9-dart finish himself. In fact, those who've been watching on YouTube will have seen him chat about perhaps the most remarkable 9-dart finish ever. When James Wade had hit one against
42.
him at the World Grand Prix.
Robbie required
Hardest place to
138.
hit one, of course, because it's a double start, but also he'd returned from his mother's funeral and played that night before producing perfection. Incredible.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that video will be uploaded onto our YouTube channel in full for anyone that did miss it.
Charlie requires 70.
One person who won't want to miss it is Charlie Large. He can really take control of this match. Once again, Robbie King can't watch. As Charlie has a dart, a double 16.
38. Robbie require 80.
Would like to hit the treble 20 to avoid having to navigate darts in the way of tops. But he is going to have to deal with that now. Stepping across slightly, but you can actually see it clearly.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Robbie King.
The only reason I can think he moved across was to just follow the line of the darts that were in the board, because he had a completely clear vision of that, as that camera angle showed.
Game on.
And it's 2-2.
Yeah, and the fact his first two darts were on the left-hand side of the 20, I could understand if he moved on the right-hand side of the hockey, but
134.
he got there in the end, absolutely nothing to separate these two players. Very similar in the averages. Very similar types of brilliant finishing. And there's
140
between the pair of them. It's now a best-of-3 game, but the importance of these 2 points is massive right now.
59.
I just got the sense that something special will decide this one.
140.
Large may look at the 18s to start here. Decided against it.
59.
What school are you thinking there, Glenn, that you should always give yourself the best chance to leave something, or you should just score as many points as you can until you want to finish?
If I was in front, I would have gone treble 20. In that situation
100.
there, the only shot was treble 18. So you've got to master the board, but if I was in front, I'd have stayed in the treble 20 bed.
133. Robbie
He's in
Require,
front now, and he's
121.
left a slightly favourable finish because he won't need to utilise the bullseye. Robbie King won't now.
93.
The width of a wire.
Charlie Require,
Large walked up to the
116.
yoke and smashed in a 1-5-3 finish in this match. This is the biggest moment in this game. He needs a treble 20. He can't do it.
56.
Yeah, Robbie King was sort of facing
Robbie
away, but
Require,
couldn't help
28.
turning his head round to have a look. He knows this is a big moment. This could break Charlie Large. Not just in terms of this leg, but maybe his resolve.
14.
He hasn't managed to take the chance.
Charlie
4
Require,
darts missed
60.
to break.
Yeah, you could see he tensed up there. Even the back foot was in the air. That wasn't 3 well-thrown darts. Again, that's not ideal, hence the reason he has to move across the hockey. But now he's got a free, open bed.
40.
Can't do it.
Robbie Require, 14.
Once again, Robbie King will be relieved, to say the least, to be back.
I thought we might see some brilliance instead. We've got a bit of darting duress at the moment.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
2 players
Robbie
riddled
King.
with tension, but it's King who clinches the leg and will now throw. Or
6th
would
leg
be
is
a
Robbie to
third
throw
win from his
first.
4 matches so far
Game on.
today.
Yeah, you say riddled with tension, and just because of the scenario right now, we're just getting to the conclusion of day one. You'll start thinking about looking at the table and planning your assault for tomorrow, but
96.
the minimum you feel is win 3, lose 2.
Yeah, you're going to have 3 players on 6 if King closes this out, leaving the other 3 on 2. And that's already quite a
140.
big gap to bridge, considering there's 1 match left today and then 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, and then Gino Voss and Reece Collie, you feel are devoid of confidence right now.
82.
Charlie Large could get himself in the mix with a win here over Robbie King. But a Robbie King victory here, and I'm looking at 2 from that top 3 qualifying from this group.
100.
I've enjoyed the temperament of Large today, though. We haven't seen him getting too down on himself. He's containing it. You can
45.
see sort of glimmers of disappointment and frustration, but he's not letting it spill out. He's not letting his opponent see it.
55.
I'm sure I'll have a photo somewhere, but when I was 20-year-old and 19, 20, my hair was like a pair of curtains, just like Charlie Large. Proper centre partner had.
44.
Robbie King is all over the place here. He'll be hoping to pull himself together.
$58.
Yeah, we will try and dig out that photo, Duzzer, and plaster it all over social media, I'm sure.
I think I had a naff t-shirt on as well. Typical 90s.
44. Charlie Require, 148.
148 for Charlie. Second best must be getting down to a single-digit finish, but 2 darter is what is the minimum, and that's a
99.
beautiful, beautiful last start.
Well, it's
This is now looking 3-3
been a mess of a leg for Robbie King, hasn't it? Last 3 visits have all been in the 40s.
on his darts as well, Chris.
134. Charlie Require,
Does give himself
49.
a chance, but relying on Large not taking his opportunity. Double 16,
Game
and he
shot on the
does.
6th leg.
He
Charlie
breaks
Large.
back, and suddenly, as they fly round the final corner, Charlie Large is in pole position. He has the
7th
darts.
and final leg. It's Charlie to throw
to inflict
first. Game on.
A defeat on Robbie King, whose day started so well, but may be taking a turn, and he knows all about that after what happened last week.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest
43.
leg of the day. Like I said, there could be a real separation of players with a victory for Robbie King here. But a win here for Charlie Large makes it still very, very interesting. The big win is then a Dan Reed.
100.
And Lewis Gurney.
Once again, the player throwing first has only opened up with a score of 43.
134.
But responds. It's going from one way to the other. That pendulum. He's swinging one way to the other. And Robbie King has found that treble 20 nice and solid. Thornton.
$96.
Good last start from Large, just keeping the pressure on King, making him find trebles every visit. But he has managed to do that.
I love the dart of ton. Tells me an awful lot about the player. Nice and consistent, but here comes Large.
100.
Just do wonder if a little switch might have been more advisable. 130, in many ways a better checkout than 128.
100.
He's nodding his head there because the shot on that last dart was bullseye to leave at least a 2-darter.
Another. He gets it. And that
108.
is how close he was.
Robbie, you require 101.
I fancied Robbie King to win this game. He's right up against it. The pressure. But he needs a treble 19. He gets the treble 19. What a finish. What a response.
Robbie King.
What a player. Robbie King stood up to be counted there. Once again, another fantastic contest. Both players share a moment with each other. Nothing to separate them in the numbers there. All for the fact that Robbie King, when it came down to it, smashed in that winning double. A fabulous, fabulous finish from the Aussie. We move into the final games of Group A. And Lewis Gurney will be up next against Dan Reed. A big, big game.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Collie, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Collie. Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Robbie King headed to darting 101, and it came up in his favour as he got the better of Charlie Large in a nip and tuck encounter by 4 legs of 3. That rounded off the 4th cycle of games for our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's an afternoon session now, which is beginning to see 2 leagues kind of split in the process, because this is how the table looks. 3 players on 6 points at the top of the table. Robbie King still out in front, but that is courtesy of leg 1 on the legs 1 graphic from Dan Reed in 2nd place. And then Lewis Gurney, well, he is on 6 points and plus 5 in legs difference. Those top 3 very tough to split, whilst the bottom 3 now see themselves cut adrift. So the victor of this one will find themselves on 8 points going into the second day's action. It's going to see Lewis Gurney in action up against Dan Reed. Both players dropping from Group A, and both players having really good days in their second group of the week. Right, let's get into this one. In the commentary box, here's Glenn Durrant alongside Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. You're absolutely spot on. That last game was a real tuck and nip. Went right down to the wire, and that finish there from Robbie King, for me, was the moment of the week so far, just because Charlie Large was playing so well, set it up really nicely.
First leg, it's
and
Lewis.
You have real moments in the week.
Game on.
And that 101 finish, because it's been real up and down for Robbie King. And for real up and down, then I look at this man here, Lewis Gurney. He's in that mix. He's in that upper echelon of the table where he can now see he can qualification.
60.
But he's up against the man who I think's the guy who has levels in this group. I think he has the calibre to go on and not only win Group C, but actually win the week as well. That's how good and the levels that he has. And
177.
wonderful start again from Reed.
Yeah, it could indeed be a decisive darting duel, this one. Whoever wins it will
35.
be on 8 points. 4 out of 5. At the end of the day, a very strong day. And whoever loses it will still be pretty happy with how things have gone, I think. You're going to be disappointed immediately after, but you'll go into today knowing you've still got a chance, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, 6 points is the minimum for me if I was assessing a Group C type thing. You know, 4 from 1 is a real possibility. 4 wins, 1 loss. But like I say, I guess when Lewis and Dan walked up, I think Dan will have been the happier man.
60. $45. Daniel require 164. $55.
Well, 109 left for Reed after a dozen darts. We saw him throwing in 15 darts for fun in his last couple of matches. He'll need to take the check out to do this one in 5 visits.
97.
It's the 4th time they've played this week.
Daniel require 109.
It's Lewis Gurney who won the first game between them on Monday. But this man has taken over since then, winning 2 games. Could take the lead in the match with this dart.
89. Lewis, you require
Well, you've
170.
been here before, Lewis.
Yeah, he knows how to do it. He knows what to do. But he won't do it again.
97. Dan, you require 20.
His favourite double.
Game
And that's
shot
the
on the
reason
first
why
leg.
another
Dan
solid
Reed.
start from Dan Reed. Been a very professional performance.
Second
Been
leg, it's Dan
clinical
to
on
throw
that double
first.
10.
Game on.
And he's broke the throw.
Looking very, very good indeed.
85.
Did lose his first match 4-2, so he's looking to sign off. But it was his second match, wasn't it, to Robbie King? He can sign off with a hat-trick of wins. Had beaten
140.
Charlie Large before that. But the way he kicked on since that defeat, that's when we've seen his most impressive darts.
He's professional in everything that he does as
50.
well. And even when you see him in preparation for his games, seems to does an awful lot of things out by himself. But again, the experience of being
59.
here before as well. But he's just beginning to be the real deal right now for me. And I anticipate him winning this game. Expect him to win this game. But Lewis Gurney's proved me wrong this week many times.
100. $56.
You see the 19s come into the equation here. And he stayed there because that first dart was so perfect for him. But if he missed the treble
100.
20 with the second dart, you're going to leave a bogey. And that's exactly what he did. But he's 80 clear. So you can understand his reasons behind that.
56.
We mentioned earlier Gurney being maybe a bit of a first dart merchant. You said because of the way that he throws. And one of the issues, I guess, for that kind of rapid style is when you're moving around the board, it's
94.
very easy to lose your range. And you saw the margin. But he was away from the treble 19. But once one dart goes in, usually at least another one follows.
140. Dan, you
Usually with
require
his first 3
72.
darts, but that's another thing. Dan Reid will just step back there as Lewis drops his dart. Dan will be thinking, I'm going to get at least a dart or a double. Can I make it 2? No, it's just the one. But a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, the little delay
Dan
didn't
Reed.
bother him as Gurney picked up his dart off the floor. We have seen players just throw the dart anyway. In years
Third
gone
leg
by.
is Lewis to throw first.
Dangerous game.
Game on.
Yes, I remember Gerwin Price throwing one right over my head, but it's not as if he can stand up to him, is it?
57.
Mervyn King and Phil Taylor years ago as well. Something similar happened.
$45. $58.
Sort of does it from nowhere, Dan, does he? He just pings out these
136.
big scores. He's repetition is really key from every single dart to him. It's at his pace.
134.
He will dictate the pace in many of these games because he's the slowest of the 6. He's not a slow player by any stretch of the imagination, but he's going to be the jockey more than any of the other
60.
players. And I just think he's really laying down the marker right now. I fully expect him to get through this group now. I've been
60.
really impressed with him today.
And he may close this one out quicker than we might have expected. That dart deviates
55.
somewhat. So Gurney has 6 darts from 192.
Yeah, Lewis can just turn it on at any time. And
96.
before you know anything, it's 2-2. So that'll be the positivities for Lewis.
Hey, look at the ball last dart.
100.
Opted against it, but I
Lewis, you
think it was the
require
shot.
96.
Would have been on a 2 dart already hit the 25. May not matter anyway. Leaves double 18 all the time, does Lewis Gurney.
78.
Rarely hits it, to be
Dan, you
honest.
require 105.
Say with tongue pressed in cheek, but often we've seen him have to go for that double 9.
Yeah, I've never been a
45.
fan of that bullseye
Lewis, you
first. I've seen
require
a few players
18.
go 105 bullseye first dart.
Yeah, it should have been the last start of the previous visit, and then he wouldn't have had that decision to make.
No score.
But he may still lead 3-0.
Disappointing conclusion so far for Lewis. Dan Reid will be all over this 60. Absolutely no time at all.
40.
Dan Reid could have led
Lewis,
3
you
legs to
require
0.
18.
No more messing about in the double, Lewis Gurney.
Perseveres. Well, that was very,
Game
very
shot on the
close to the
third leg,
treble there,
Lewis
but
Gurney.
not for the first time today. We've seen him pin double 4 without a problem. But he does halve the Reid lead.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, one thing about Dan Reid, he won't panic. He's been in this situation so many times, not only this week, but
38.
generally. But he'd be disappointed. We did say from Lewis Gurney can flick a switch, and that score there from Dan Reid gives him an opportunity now. He's effectively going to take the darts here.
140.
Now leading by 100 points.
$93. $80.
He has had a couple of bounce outs today, Lewis Gurney. Something in the way he throws, you would assume that there's not any sort of dead spots on the board because it's not happening to all of the players.
45.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a new board that's gone up at this point there. Looked brand spanking as the two walked on. I might be wrong, but he doesn't
77.
throw with real power. I mean, he's still grown as a lad as well, but he doesn't slam the dart in. You don't anticipate too many bounce outs from Dan Reid, which usually means last dart.
45.
We've just had it confirmed that there was a new board put up before this match.
98.
He's had bounce outs, to be fair, on the previous board as well. You often think with players that throw in that sort of slingshot fashion that he does, that when the dart is landing in the board, the very end, the sharp end of the point is not fully penetrating it every time.
It's also telling me he just needs to push that dart through, that full release of the board, full release of the throw.
86.
But he isn't doing bad.
You require 140.
This is a big ass, this 140. And Lewis Gurney, we did say he can flick a switch. We did say, don't be surprised
50.
if he pulls it back to 2-2. Well, he's got darts at
20.
double 10. It's not his favoured part of the board.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Doesn't prove it there.
Lewis
So what I would
Gurney.
say, forget double 18, Lewis, and keep going for double 10.
But is it that Lewis Gurney has been switched on, or is it that Dan Reid has suddenly switched off because he
Fifth
played
leg, it's Lewis
nowhere
to throw
near the
first.
level
Game
of
on.
his last couple of matches?
And that's not the pattern of events for this week. If anything, Dan Reid has got stronger as the day gone, and his weaker games have been early doors. So I guess there's many surprises, but all of a sudden
125.
there's the bounce in the step of Lewis Gurney. Can he be the first player to go to 8 points?
Well, nothing like losing a couple of legs to regain your focus. And the
100.
first start was plumb for Reid, but he couldn't follow it in.
58.
Yeah, treble-less there means you're going to get these games which one person's going to take control, then the other.
61. $48.
Bit of a mess for Gurney, hence the disappointment there as he takes his darts out. Scores of 58 and 48 when he needed his scoring power, but
41.
not punished by Reid.
Leaves
100.
that big fish again. Two treble 20s to leave 160, but can't manage to get there.
44.
So Gurney will have a
Lewis
choice to make
required
should he find two
170.
trebles.
134.
Guess what that leaves?
We've been saying that he rarely hits it, so can he prove us wrong?
26. Lewis, you require 36.
If you want my advice, I would just aim. That's perfect. Now this goes.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Does has
Lewis
done this
Gurney.
before. And this is a total tungsten turnaround. 3-2 So Lewis Gurney from
Sick flag, it's
2-0
down to throw
behind.
first.
That double
Game
18
on.
gets him ahead, and he has the insurance now of getting the game back on throw.
Yeah, we've talked about levels for Dan Reid. Well,
80.
as he does a Robin Hood. Talk about levels, but right now he's right at the bottom of part of his game. He'd be so disappointed because he had this match in his hands. He had the
85.
group in his hands.
I wonder if there's ever been a dart that went into the back of another dart and the commentator's not said Robin Hood.
140.
What they call the guy from Manchester who had the 3 darts going? The UK Open one, yeah.
Oh,
Bulls, John Bulls.
John Bulls, yeah.
57.
I think that's the only time I've seen that was a Robin Hood and a Maid Marian.
Yeah, played. Did he play Adrian Lewis at the World Championship? The Bulldog, former rugby league player, actually very handy. And Dan Reid's still trying here to get back in this.
43. Daniel require 101.
They're not bringing the best out of each other. It's just one player is taking control at certain times of this match. It's very much looking like 3-3.
81.
He's really put on a sprint all of a sudden here, Reid. And it does look like we're going to go to a decider for just the second
42.
time today.
Daniel require 20.
Gurney would have been involved in both of those. And of course, he won the last one
Game
against
shot on
Robbie
the sick
King.
flag.
Is he
Dan
going to do the
Reid.
same against Dan Reid? And really emerge as a joker in the pack, the surprise
7th and final
league
leg. It's
leader
Lewis to throw first.
if he wins this
Game
leg.
on.
When Lewis Gurney walked into the venue this morning, if you said you're going to be involved in one last leg at the end to finish top of the group
82.
overnight, he'd have snapped your hands off. That treble 19 just gives him a little bit of control. But not too much pressure on Reid. There is now.
43.
Apologies, there's been 2 4-3s, hasn't there?
85.
Charlie Large against Robbie King as well. Robbie King involved in 2 on the wrong end of one, on the right end of another.
Yeah, and you try and get all the positive thoughts in your mind, and Lewis will remember that 4-3 win over
96.
Robbie King. It wasn't just a 4-3, it was just the way he did it. It was the moment of the day. It was superb, and here he goes again.
180.
There's the response I've been trying to wait for him, that internal motivation. Last time, it didn't work for him because he then went 9 darts where he couldn't buy a treble. It's his to lose from here.
45.
Yeah, big headbutt
Lewis, you
of
require 154.
expression there from Gurney, and the expression from Reid is not a positive one.
56.
Poor maths. There was no need. 17s wasn't the shot on the last dart there. I think he's realising now.
84.
Not enough
Lewis, you
pressure from
require
Dan Reid, you
98.
feel. But this is for the match.
Double 18, of course.
Game, shot,
And in it
and a match
goes.
for
And
Lewis
Lewis Gurney finds his favoured double for the second time today to win 4-3 against one of his title rivals. And in doing so, moves to the top of the table. What a day for Lewis Gurney. Wins 4 of his 5 matches, finishing off with that 4-3 success against Dan Reid. He ends the day on 6 points, and we've still got 2 games to come. Gino Voss against Charlie Large, but first, Reece Collie faces Robbie King.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined by the man who's won 4 of his 5 matches today here at the Live Lounge, Lewis Gurney. Lewis, many congratulations. A day kind of centred on those 2 4-3 victories.
Yeah, I just struggled to find some form again, but I felt comfortable, so I just managed to win 4 out of 5. My aim was 3 out of 5, but 4 out of 5 is bonus. Yeah.
How have you found the week so far here?
First couple of days, just struggling for any sort of form. Yes, yesterday felt all right. Had a good win against Martin, and just sort of kicked on today. Just found out how to win, so I've just been scraping through and happy with today. Yeah.
As much, of course, this is an opportunity for yourself. Is this all a learning experience for you?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, I've played at UK Open and played development tour for 4 or 5 years, but it's so different to what I expected. But yeah, just happy to be here.
Enjoying it's been a good year for yourself. Obviously, at the UK Open, one on the ADC circuit. Is this again another sign of progression, trying to do well this week?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the first ADC this year, I won the first one, and then that got me into MODUS, and lost in the second final to Jack, and felt good. I've been playing well for the last probably 18 months, but the last couple of weeks, I just couldn't find anything. So I'm just happy to be where I'm at the moment. So yeah.
Well, you found something today. We're going to show you the table now on 8 points. Now, the table can have 1 or 2 swings as the session, of course, goes along. But it's not a bad place to be because it doesn't matter what happens. You've got to be in the top 2 overnight.
Yeah, my aim was, like I said, to win 3 out of 5 today and give myself a chance for tomorrow to win 4 out of 5 is, great.
And what's going to be the plan then? Rest of the day, rest of the night, getting into tomorrow? Is it a case of relaxing?
Yeah, I've played 2 tournaments the last couple of nights. So I didn't want to go to either of them, but I went just to be social. But have an early night tonight, have something to eat, and be ready for tomorrow.
I think that sounds like a plan. Lewis, thank you for popping up. Many congratulations on a good day today.
Henry.
Right, couple more games for us to go. Robbie King, Reece Collie will kick that off, and Glenn Doan and Chris Murphy are down in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. Such a refreshing interview. Just such a young player on the beginning of his career now, and the importance. It was very interesting to see come into the competition with devoid of any confidence whatsoever. That was the feedback I got from him, and his performances on Monday, Tuesday sort of backed that up. But he regrouped. He found a little bit of form, and I'm absolutely delighted to see him on 8 points. And it'd be a great addition for Saturday night.
First leg, it's Robbie to throw
King
first.
still has that carrot there. He can still be top of the group overnight with a victory over Reece Collie. For Reece Collie, I feel he needs a spark. He needs something. And this has got to tell himself from within that this is the moment.
It also has a bearing on the last match, really, as well, this, because Gino Voss and Charlie Large both on 2 points. Now, if Collie can get the better of King in this one, and it keeps
91.
second place on 6 points, doesn't it? And the winner of that would then get to 4 and would feel, actually, I'm not out of this.
Yeah, and I'll be treating these as real 4-pointers now. You know, Robbie's first game tomorrow will be against Reece Collie and vice versa. And if I was Reece, I'd be thinking, well, if I can just get 4 points over a guy who's potentially and probably going to be fighting for first or second place.
140.
You don't always think like that. That devil jumps on your shoulder when things aren't going your way, and he has to find it from within.
57.
Well, he started well here. I mean, it's a term I've been using an
100.
awful lot of feast or famine. He's produced one sparkling game today, Reece Collie, where we thought his woes and his troubles were over. But his penultimate game, his previous game, was disappointing.
140. Reece require 170.
6 starts here from the fish. And you look at treble 19 now. I believe 36. This is much better for the man from Dudley.
Nicely teeing up the double after a dozen darts against the throw.
100. Reece require 36.
Double 18. Double 9.
Game shot on the first leg. Reece Collie.
Robbie King's been involved in a couple of 7-leg thrillers. Really engrossing and enthralling games. He's won one, lost one.
Game on.
I get the feeling he doesn't want to go the full 7 legs in this game, but he'd be disappointed to see that Reece is beginning
57.
to show his real game. Reece Collie is an England international. He's an exceptional player. Won the British Open last year, which Tells you he has the pedigree to be a real top player. I don't feel he's at the top of his game right now.
100.
And again, so many of these players are playing themselves into form. And that will be his hope right now.
85.
If Robbie King does
59.
turn this around, Glenn, and win this match, do you think it is then a three-way fight tomorrow between himself, Gurney, and Dan Reed?
100%, because I think Reese is struggling with confidence.
135.
Has Charlie got 5 wins in him, 4 wins in him? I'm not so sure. And Gino Voss, well, I'm not going to repeat myself about the week Gino's had so far. It'd be typical for Gino that his darts will come overnight now, and is it a little bit too little too far? But he has got a game which he will feel he can win, and Charlie
44.
will feel exactly the same. That last game's going to be a big game for them two lads.
Particularly if Collie carries on like this and gets the better of Robbie King. He's trying to find a finish here. He needs a treble to do so.
95.
And when he returns to the hockey, he'll be looking for a 147 break.
85. Robbie, you require 147.
Stealing that one.
Reds first.
It's a miscue. Treble 17 be the shot now.
86.
Collie's deep in thought because he's got options 95. Here on 95. He can go for the bull or treble 19. The reason of going this way is not going to be guaranteed of a double, but he's going to get one.
57. Robbie, you require 61.
Good attempt. King has choices here. 25 is often the favoured route. But that's the problem with it. So it's just the one dart. A double 4.
Game
found by Robbie King.
Robbie King.
And after Collie had missed a dart to double his lead, King breaks straight back and cancels out that early advantage.
Yeah, if I could just take it back, Chris, that 101 finish in his previous game against Charlie Large. I mean, it was just the word bottle I wish I'd used in the conclusion there, because that's what it takes. And he just has an awful lot of that. You know, the information I was getting from his friends in Australia is he's a real fighter. And you need that at the end when you've got that one dart, because Reece Collie was sat pretty. You get
42.
one dart at double 4, which can such a change from 2-0 to 1-1. He has that to his game. I just think he wants to add a bit more scoring firepower.
96.
He's going to just get through this group, but finally poised.
Just muttering away to himself there after a wayward dart.
82. $125. $57. $96.
Robbie King taking control of this leg.
60. Robbie, you require 141.
The reason the head goes back, because they were well thrown. You just think the world's against you when that happens. Yeah, after that
60.
first start, I wouldn't have been bringing the treble 20 back into it. So the 25, not for me.
$60. Robbie, you require 81.
No treble 20 in the last 12 darts for Reece Collie. There's the reason why this man's getting a dart or a double. This time he doesn't see it off, but no pressure.
Yeah, wasn't allowed the luxury because Collie hadn't worked his way down to finish to not have to bother
140.
leaving the bullseye. So we'll come back.
Robbie, you require 32.
The double 16.
Into these situations has
Game
been
shot on
very
the third
good.
leg, Robbie
And
King.
once again, that trend continues. I think he's strong enough to get
Fourth leg
through
is
the
Reece to
group.
throw
If
first.
he sits on 8
Game
points, he
on.
needs to go back. Exactly the same as those nice early night, then come back tomorrow And I think he's going to love a Saturday. And I think Robbie King's someone who'll feed off a crowd. I think he'll really enjoy the experience of a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge.
100.
Suddenly,
180.
lift off for Collie again.
Purpose. The darts will just go in an extra 10 mile an hour quicker.
140.
It is a department he hasn't actually struggled in today. He's hit his fair share of 180s, Reece Collie. But it's just the inconsistency
42.
that will be bothering him, and you can see that evident on his expression. For missing what he was going for there. 25 was the target. Would have left him on a finish, but on this occasion, he gets away with it. King not with him.
96.
All about the pressure Robbie can put on this 86 finish. Should look at the bolt.
130. Reach your require.
He
86.
slams it in. This makes this 86 very difficult, but that's a beautiful first start.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's the
Reece
moment for
Collie.
Reece Collie's been waiting for. He's fighting. He's just trying to stay on the tail of Robbie King.
Fifth leg, it's Robbie to throw first.
2-2. Which
Game
Robbie
on.
King still with the darts. And you can see, penny for your thoughts there, Reece. It's been a tough day, but you're still right in it. You need to dig deep over the next 2-3 legs. Players have come back
70.
many times from 4 points overnight and had qualification because them darts are going in better.
100.
King could find himself in a really fierce fight if Collie can continue
60.
what we've seen in the last couple of visits. The 96 to leave 86, then kicking off this one with the treble as well. Gets
100.
a brace of tons.
Just around the board, isn't it? Just around them trebles. They're just frustrating for him. Just not going in. I think that's the responses you get from him. Robbie King just looks the more solid right now.
140.
I mean, Reece is averaging, well, the averages are nothing but between them, scoring nothing between them. Finishing stats the same. It could be what you alluded to, could be just one
85.
little bit of magic to separate these two.
And Collie may need a bit of magic to win this leg because King's going to be rather more handily placed.
131.
Perfectly
Reach your
placed.
require. 158.
To take the lead unless Collie can crash in a big finish, and he can't.
Yeah, he looked away and he didn't want to
98.
hear that score there from Robbie King.
Robbie, you require 40.
We talked about how good Robbie King has been in these situations, but now it's getting very, very tight. It's where your body just tightens up a little bit. It's where you start thinking about the implications of this going in. But he
Game shot on the
wins.
fifth
That's
leg.
a big
Robbie
dart and a
King.
double, hence the response there from Robbie King. He's very, very good in them situations there. Big
Sixth leg, it's Reece to throw
inhale
first.
of breath there,
Game on.
of absolute relief. And poor Reece Collie. It's a tough ask from here.
100.
If Robbie King can at least stay with him, you'll think he
100.
would get a chance to win it in this leg. Been decent enough stuff. Both players in the mid to high 80s.
99.
Collie actually with the slightly higher average. And the game's only 180 so far.
140.
That's a fourth 140 for Robbie King.
Yes, consistency's good. When it gets down to a
100.
double, he looks good, Robbie King. All very consistent. I think now he's looking for brilliance. Can he achieve it here?
140. $28.
Is this the
Robbie, you
crowning
require
moment for King?
121.
got a chance. It's double 8. And it's
Game,
a royal
shot,
performance
and a
from
match.
Robbie King, who
Robbie
finishes
King.
the day with 4 wins out of 5, 8 points. The Aussie has played superb today and demonstrated real bottle once again when asked the question. Tail of the tape there, another 90-plus average there for Robbie King. Superb on the outer ring, and that sublime 1-2-1 finish. Tough day at the office for East Collie, but he will be back tomorrow as we move on to the final game of the day. It's Gino Voss against Charlie Large.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined by Robbie King, 4 wins from 5 for his day. Robbie, here we go. There we go. It's the traditional fist bump. It's back again. Many congratulations. Second opportunity, and you're making the most of it.
Yeah, just the same again. I appreciate getting another chance and just being amongst this group of players and the people around me it makes me feel really humble.
What would be your assessment of the day in general?
Assessment of the day in general. I think I played well. Yeah. I think Lewis had a few really good pegs against me, and that's what got me undone. And I've got lucky in a couple, but you got to ride your luck and take what you get.
Do you feel a little bit fresh this week compared to last week? Obviously, you travelled in on the Friday going into the first week you played in. Now you've been in the country a little while longer. You've managed to get past the jet lag. Do you feel a little bit fresher for this time?
Yeah, I feel good. I played Tuesday night, Wednesday night local comp with Simon and Mason, and went along with them. So that helped me a lot, and made a final on Tuesday against a top quality field, and give me a bit more confidence. So it's been really good.
And have you been able to kind of learn a few lessons from last week? Obviously, the intricacies of this being a different tournament going into this as well.
I think I played well last week. It was only really the Wednesday that got me undone, and I even played good on the Thursday, Friday, and I was beaten by better players, and I'm just doing the same thing, being the same me, and seeing where I get.
I've enjoyed seeing that. This is how the table then looks for you, Robbie. It looks very nice for you. Top of the pile overnight going into day 2 of this particular group. Obviously, you've been here before. We've been at that top of the table. We've been on this balcony before. Does what happened last week give you that extra motivation to go over the line this time?
Yeah, I'll have the same attitude as I came in last time. I love winning, and so I'll just do the same thing, and hopefully I can produce some better darts and perform to the best of my ability.
Well, we've loved seeing you again in action today. Thank you for the fist bump as well, and the interview.
Cheers.
Many congratulations, Robbie.
Awesome.
One more game to go. It's Gino Voss up against Charlie Large, and watching this one, it's Glenn Dunn and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, that separation definitely sits there now, and Robbie King is a deserved top of the table overnight, and he'll come back and be firing with both barrels. And for these two players now, it's a minimum 2 wins today. That's the way they can see. Many players have come from 4 points and got automatic qualification. But, for Charlie Large, the real ups and downs today. It was a real killer blow in that fantastic game with Robbie King. That unbelievable finish at the end put pay to Charlie in that game. But for Gino Voss, it was a tough day yesterday with 5 losses. And that's sort of gone on and been mirrored also today. But this is a game I
57.
feel Gino can feel he can win. And can he finish on a high?
And has that Robbie King win in the last match put paid to
84.
both of their chances, really, of qualifying from the group, even the one who finishes on 4 points?
Yeah, as a neutral, a Reece Collie victory there would have made it a very interesting day.
82.
Yeah, I do see 2 from them top 3. Dan Reid's not done. He'll be going away disappointed with 6 points. I think the 2 players going away very happy, obviously. And the guys on 8
58.
points.
$95.
I suppose that'll give them at least some hope or something to cling on to
136.
overnight. Of course, they've still got those players to play, so they can close that gap to 2 by taking a win off one of the top 2.
60.
Stopping them getting points and adding points to their own tally. The results, of course, the fixtures played in reverse order tomorrow, so Gurney and Reid will meet each other first. Say Reid wins that. Large gets, whoever wins this wins again tomorrow. And suddenly they will find themselves in a position where they can be looking upwards rather than thinking about what might have been.
Well, Charlie Large is looking upwards. This has been a beautiful first leg. Can he see it off?
20.
No, he can't.
Gino
From being
require
second best
114.
throughout this leg, Gino Voss has a chance at 114. Just the 1 treble needed. Never been a fan of that way, because that would have left double 19.
43. Charlie require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Charlie
Really
Large.
solid leg of darts from Large. 16 darter to break the
Second
throw.
leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
And the obligatory sleeve as well, I've just noticed on Charlie there.
34.
Never been one for tattoos myself.
$45.
Seems quite common with darts players, actually.
I'm not one for needles.
95.
Not as bad as Edgar. He has a real, genuine
Yeah, I've
phobia.
heard, yeah. Strange for a bloke who spends his time throwing them.
81. $48.
Does feel like a bottom of the table clash, Chris. You're hoping it will be their catalyst.
96.
And they come tomorrow and fire and all. And get the afterburners on.
57. $135.
Needs a treble to leave some kind of finish.
97.
And decides
Gino
to leave the
Uruguay,
biggest finish.
144. $54. Charlie Uruguay, 170.
Still very much all to play for. Because 90 is a... It's not a gimme.
58.
But not
Gino
an awful lot
Uruguay,
of pressure
90.
coming back from Charlie Large. This is for 1-1. It's going to be a bullseye.
46. Charlie Uruguay,
Honestly.
112.
Yeah, did go for it. Batted into the dart. Did have another option there, a
60.
treble 18 for double
Gino Uruguay,
19, but
44.
not many players think about that route. 4 tops for Voss.
Game shot on the second leg.
And all
Gino
square,
Voss.
one apiece.
Third leg, it's Gino to throw first. Game on.
Don't think Charlie was too impressed with that leg of darts. It's not enough of this from Gino today.
140.
Must be annoying at any stage, Glenn, to break throw in 16 and then be broken in 21.
That's why we love this
58.
game. You know, it's just when you begin to write it, and so many times at the MODUS Super Series, you write your own conclusions, and the total opposite happens. Like you say, the story for Gino
85.
Voss this week. Just a guy that came over, was really, really looking forward to this challenge. He told me he's playing good darts, had his expectations.
96.
From the moment he landed, it all sort of went wrong, but he had a fantastic Monday. He proved an awful lot of people wrong. He had 3 big wins, put himself in a good position.
60.
It's gone pretty pear-shaped since.
Well, 3 players currently on 2 points, including these 2. The top 3 will go into
57.
tomorrow like this. King, Gurney, both on 8, and then Reed on 6. Whoever wins this match will be the one clinging to the coattails of the top 3 on 4 points. But
46.
remember, only 2 places up for grabs at finals night from this group.
Yeah, a lot of frustration in that last start for Gino. Just went for the big
90.
16.
Gino, you require 170. .58.
And Charlie be thinking one good score here can get him right back in this leg of darts, right in this match. Remember, this would be a breaker throw for him. He's just not getting, just more the way they're landing
60.
in the
Gino,
balls
you
are
require
lots of different
112.
angles. Just tell me his release point just isn't consistent. It's double 8 for 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
From
Gino
absolutely
Voss.
nowhere times, he's flat to deceive at times for Gino Voss, and didn't even look interested.
It's Charlie to throw
sort of one
first.
point there, that big
Game
16
on.
was a big decision, a strange decision to leave the 170. But that 112 is what he can do, Gino Voss. He's got a
58.
fantastic CV. He's a beautiful player, wonderful temperament, big titles under his name. It just hasn't really happened this week.
I'm not even certain he was intending the treble
100.
12 then. He seemed to stop and think about it for a minute before he delivered the dart into the double 8.
Yeah, raise of eyebrows there for Charlie.
140.
But that's what he can do. Like I said, I just feel them darts were going in just a little bit quicker. That throwing of the dart, the speed of their
82.
arm as you're releasing just looked a little bit faster.
.98.
Better from large.
.100.
Yeah, looking to level. And who knows if this game could prove to be important come the end of tomorrow. If one of them does
51.
turn up and have a good day, and they're both showing in flashes what they can do. And winning this one could be the point it all started.
It's the angle of the dart going for Charlie was my only concern. He used a very long
79.
dart.
Charlie, you require
When he goes
154.
under a target, it means he's having to travel around the board an awful lot, but that's perfect. Just listen to the sound of them darts going in. As you can see, as he's
90.
letting go of his
Gino, you
dart.
require
You
140.
can see the work the fingers are doing. So Gino can leave it
100.
pretty. And Charlie Large, you
requires
feel this is a
64.
must hit.
Big area to aim at. Treble 16. Treble 8 would have been fine as well, but it's double 8.
48.
And he can't hit it, so Voss
Gino, you require 40.
could break here. Double 10. And double 5. And he's
35.
faltered on all 3
Charlie,
of
you
those
require
targets.
16.
Charlie Large having to just stop himself there. Not sure the reason behind that. Don't think it's anything that he's hearing. I think it's actually the grip of the dart. Just from the second shot we got there. Now he's off for a wander.
Virtually impossible, you would think.
11.
And I've absolutely no idea if that
Gino,
went
you
in or
require
not.
5.
Yeah, he stepped so far across that he was stood in front of the
Game shot on the
camera.
fourth leg. Gino Voss.
And he missed it. And a 3-1 win. Or 3-1
Fifth
lead
leg, it's
even
Gino
for
to
Gino
throw
Voss.
first. Game on.
Which he's hoping will become a 4-1 win. And then wayward start, that. Almost as if he was
90.
thinking it was a double start game. A reminder then that we will be back tonight, 10 p.m. Group B getting underway this evening.
57.
Robert Thornton opening the action at 10 p.m. with his meeting with Conor Heenahan, the 9-Dart King at the Super Series.
44.
Then former world finalist Mark McGeaney taking on former world champion, 3-time world champion no less, Martin Adams. Brett Claydon, the other player in the group of 5. 3 will progress from that one. Joining the man already through to finals night, the Group A winner Jerome Mioch. And the top 2 from this group.
57.
Unlikely to be one of this pair, but whoever wins this match will feel they're in with some kind of chance tomorrow. You would have to say the loser will not harbour such hopes.
99.
And it looks very much like that victor will indeed be Gino Voss. He's had a turbulent week.
43.
The Super Series.
Gino require 130.
Worst possible preparation. Will he have some kind of fairy tale ending?
32.
Could have left himself much better there. An outside opportunity for Large to get back into this leg.
58. Gino, you require 98. $66. Charlie,
Well, if he's going to do that
148.
now, he's going to have to take out a supersized shot, and that's not going to happen. So Voss returning for double 16.
55.
To seal a
Gino
win.
require 32.
At the end of the day's play.
Game, shot.
In it
and a match,
goes.
Gino Voss.
And Gino Voss does get the better of Charlie Large, who will be disappointed in the end because he did show in spells what he can produce. A good victory earlier on, but it proved to be his only victory, that win against Lewis Gurney, and the only defeat for Gurney, who's tied at the top of the table with Robbie King. Gino Voss, though, just gives himself some hope to cling to going into tomorrow after he defeats, in the final game of the day, Charlie Large by 4 legs to 1.
Thank you very much, Chris. Glenn Dowen up here on the balcony with me to assess what we have seen today. Now, these are the results from our 15 matches. It has to be said, it's been quick-fire tungsten for us on this Thursday afternoon at the Super Series. So those are the results on your screen. A group dominated, really, by Robbie King and Lewis Gurney. Dan Reed himself having 3 wins out of the day, and it feels like a league of 2 hearts at this early stage.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's a 3-horse race for me. And 2 great interviews that you had with Robbie King. I think the confidence is coming out of him, and the softly spoken, sort of understated in Lewis Gurney as well. And you do feel like it's 2 from 3.
So Robbie King, top of the table, 4 wins from 5. This is the 1-2-1 to get the better of his Collie by 4 legs to 2. Now, this was kind of Robbie King's mantra. Big finishing, big scoring. And also, he's not afraid to let the opponents know when he's doing something
Absolutely.
good.
And I think Lewis Gurney was doing exactly the same there. But it wasn't such the big finishes that impressed me most about him. It was the fact that when he had a dart at a double, when it was getting really tight, he nailed it. And that's a real sign of great bottle. It's a good attribute to have.
I spoke to Robbie up here on the balcony about maybe feeling fresh this year. Also, he travelled over from Australia. There's a bit of a time gap from doing that. And maybe the second week, whether he would feel fresher going into it. Did it feel like he was fresher today?
I still don't think he was the Robbie King from day one of last week, where I thought he was great. But he's got an awful lot of good things about him. And don't forget, you don't want to be peaking in Group C. You don't want to. You just want qualification. And I think he's going to enjoy the crowd on Saturday night if he qualifies as well. So it's a good time to be Robbie King right now.
So Robbie King, the man at the top of the table. He is followed closely by Lewis Gurney, who's had a really good day today. Now, we were mentioning down in the commentary box, Glenn, yesterday about how he's got this freedom and he can go and do something special. He nailed the big fish against Robbie King.
He's just a likeable person. I mean, I know you shouldn't have favourites in the commentary box, but it was great to see. And I did tap the table when that 170 thing. You know, good things can happen to good people, and good luck to Lewis. Big day for him tomorrow.
And again, he was speaking up here on the balcony about the fact that last year has been good, but the last couple of weeks, the form hasn't been quite to the standard that he's come to expect from himself. But do you feel like he's playing himself into it this week?
Just don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. And when next time I write to him and say, how's the game going, then just show a little bit of bravado, because that's when the subconscious can come into it, where all of a sudden you're telling yourself you're not playing very well. Looks like he's playing okay to me. And he's had a good day today. He's put himself in a good position, but don't put negative connotations whenever your responses to people. Tell the world you're playing well. And I'm loving the fist pumps all of a sudden. I've seen him grow through in the week.
Yeah, the fist bumps have become so commonplace. We do it up here on the balcony now, don't we, Glenn? There we go. Right, into Dan Reed's day we go, because, well, a change of equipment has meant a change of fortune. So he changed it for the middle of the day yesterday. And today, well, as far as individual performances are concerned, he's put in the 2 best so far.
101, 102, 97. Just, he has the guy with the levels, but I think he goes away a little bit disappointed. 6 points, probably what he didn't deserve today. He was the headline act for big periods, but consistency is key at the MODUS Super Series. He'll come back fighting tomorrow, and that opening game he has is very important.
As I say, it's been a table split into 2 halves. This is how the land lies following the first day. So Robbie King and Lewis Gurney in the 2 qualification spots, both on 8 points at the top of the table. Dan Reed keeping close company in behind on 6. Gino Voss keeps himself in the hunt on 4, while Charlie Large and Reece Collie both going to need big days tomorrow. And perhaps Reece Collie, the one at the bottom of the table, is the one that may be the biggest surprise to many people.
Yeah, I had a mixed information about Reece Collie. I mean, I watched him in his England Six Nations, and he didn't play anywhere near what he could. Then I watched him at the development tour last week, and the development tour now is so competitive, and he reached the final, losing to Shan Van Veen, who's up there as one of the best players in the world right now. So I wasn't sure which Reece Collie we were going to get. And the fact he changed tungsten after match 1 to 2, that concerned me as well. So he's not himself. It's going to be a tough ask, but he's kind of one of them players there where he might dictate what's going to happen at the top tomorrow.
Well, that is the Group C action, which continues tomorrow, 1 o'clock here on the YouTube channel, before joining our friends at Sporty Stuff TV from 3. Right, though, we are midway through the week's action now. Session 4 of 8 has been and gone. This is how the bracket breaks down then, as far as the final week of qualification is concerned. We have 1 confirmed finalist through to the finale on Saturday, and that is by way of Jerome Meok. He was our Group A winner yesterday. He's enjoying a couple of days off and enjoying the rainy skies of Portsmouth right now. So Group C has been and gone, and tonight it's all about Group B, and there are some real heavyweights involved in that. You've got Martin Adams, 3-time Lakeside champion, Robert Thornton, the twice World Seniors champion. You've got a former world finalist in Mark McGuinney. And Thursday night, Group B, Conor Heenahan. Surely it means only one thing, Glenn.
Well, you've promised me a 9 dart, Henry, so I'll be waxing lyrical tonight, that's for sure. But I'm just praying you're not going to ask me 3 from 5 there, because I'll have to sit on the fence. I'm just going to sit back, commentate, and enjoy that. Unbelievable. Looking forward to Robert Thornton. It's great to see the Thornton Martin Adams. Heenahan's already proven. Mark McGuinney can do it on the day. Brett Claydon was a Pro Tour card holder very recently. It's a real pick-em.
It really is going to be some night of fun here at the Super Series. It's going to be a Thursday night tungsten thriller amongst the roof here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we will join you once again at 10 p.m. for all of the action on what's going to be a fantastic evening's worth of action in Group B. So myself and Glenn, Chris Murphy, will all join you for that from 10 p.m. But as far as Group C is concerned, on day 1 is Robbie King, who finds himself on the summit. Well, someone's going to have to dethrone him tomorrow. We'll see you at 10.
For this one. First leg, it is Leonard to throw first. Can we have the very best of order, please? Game on.
Our referee, Justin Bradshaw.
Hardly put a foot wrong this evening. All good referees, you don't even notice they're there.
What was it we said last night, Scotty? They should be heard and not seen.
All referees should be heard and not seen, I agree.
96. $140. $58.
Bates there hitting an 18. A little bit more board management so that if he does manage a 180 here, he will find himself on a finish.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot already this week. His board management is excellent.
58.
He's always thinking about what he's doing.
To be honest, the young man's made me think about what I actually do. If I'm totally honest, he's some of the ways bamboozle me, and some of them make absolute perfect sense.
100.
Unfortunately for Bates, one treble there is not enough to get him down for a finish. So Gates is going to have 6 darts from this 116. 57 for tops, finds it.
76.
Not able to find the tops though.
Both these players have their eyes on the prize. It's just about who wants it more.
140.
Yeah, great darts there from Bates, putting that pressure on Gates here.
That's game shot and the first leg.
No pressure for
Leonard
Gates.
And more importantly, a good hold.
Second leg, it's Owen to throw first. Game on.
What he's been doing all week when he's had the darts.
100.
He's really done well, Leonard Gates, at holding his own throw and giving himself a base to build off of.
Yeah, well, if he can play well on his own throw, it makes him incredibly difficult to break throw on.
100.
Which is what Bates does need to do if he's any chance to win this match.
100. 100.
A steady exchange of tons so far.
$100.
Quite easy for our referee, Justin Bradshaw, at the minute, isn't it? Ton after ton after ton.
Absolutely, and Bates showed there that he was happy with his ton.
121.
Gates just stepped it up a little there. But Bates will be the first one down to a finish. A lovely little 76.
$100.
Yeah, good last start there from Gates. You
require
could see he
76.
needed to stay on the 20s, but he needed to find an angle to stop the other darts being a preventative issue. And it's tops for Bates to go 1-1.
Leonard, you require 80.
Doesn't find it, so gives Gates the opportunity for a 2-0 lead if he can take out this 80. Now he's going to have 2 darts at double 10. One dart's all he needs,
and
though,
the second
with a clean
leg.
80 finish for Leonard Gates, who now doubles his lead at 2-0. An important break of throw for him. And now has the opportunity to throw for a 3-0 lead.
Game on.
Which will be incredibly difficult for Bates to come back from.
60. $134.
Yeah, great switching from Bates.
He's been like that all week. If he does block the treble 20 early doors in a leg, he is not adverse to moving. And he moves to
100.
much success more often than not.
140.
Yeah, backs that 134 up with a 140, so gives himself a nice little buffer in this leg so far.
$91.
Good last start there from Leonard. And there's Bates straight back into it again. Can he find a third?
140.
No, just falls short. So Gates needs a treble here to give him a chance to leave a finish. Not a treble one though.
83.
That'll work.
You require 87.
Leaves himself 167.
More luck than judgment, I think, on that one. It's double 18 now.
That's game shot and the third leg.
Yeah.
Owen
That
Bates.
was a great leg from Bates there to be able to break straight back.
Fourth leg, it is Owen to throw first.
Giving himself
Game
a bit of a
on.
G up there, saying, come on.
Partisan crowd in this evening.
131. $140.
Yeah, great darts from Gates there as well. Look at this. We're into the fourth leg here.
140.
So far, both players are averaging around that wall. Bates at 105, Gates just below a ton. Fantastic standard we're seeing so far.
It's not often that Gates is outscored, is it? Has Owen Bates saved his best average till last? We know that he's had a 10-darter in the lowest leg of the week.
60.
We've just seen his 170 being the shot of the week.
Yeah, what has pulled Bates's average down during the week is those missed doubles, chasing the doubles around the board. I mean, if he'd been closing out those doubles in 1-2 darts, he would have averaged over a ton plenty of times during the week so far.
And if he hits this, this is my shot of the week.
145.
That was close. And we know he's already done it once this week. But he'll have the opportunity to clean up the 25 with Gates back on 202.
57. Owen, you require 25.
Generally goes 9 because he likes that side of the board. I think you can see the close in his eyes there. He closed his eyes momentarily when he walked back.
21.
Oh, 2 wires there. Left himself
Leonard,
double
you
2,
require
which is a little bit tricky, isn't it?
145.
And it would not surprise me at all for Leonard to take out the 145. Not going to happen now with that first start, but as I said, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him do it, to be honest.
105.
Yeah, good
Owen, you
setup
require
there.
4.
Bit higher.
2.
Oh, and a little bit too high. He was a little bit too
Leonard, you
cautious with
require
those first
40.
2 darts there, I think. Not wanting to go inside and go up for the double one. But he
He
has
did
been...
everything he needed to do, bar hit the double. It's Gates now. He
That's
has
game
the same
shot
issue.
and the fourth leg.
But he
Leonard
is
Gates.
very good on that double top, and he is very good under pressure, Bates. Gates.
It was bound
Fifth
to
leg,
happen
it
at
is
some
Leonard to throw
point during the
first.
match. Yeah,
Game on.
you know, we saw Bates break in the third leg, but Gates has broken straight back. So, as we say, a break's not a break until you can hold. So that was not a break, really, for Bates. So
60.
Gates now with the opportunity to close out this match. God, there's too much Bates and Gates going on here.
Let's just call him Lenny and Owen.
46. $135.
Bates needs to match that. Needs a double treble visit to stay in touch.
85.
Oh, last dart deflection there. Wasn't a poorly thrown dart. It's just deflected off one of the others and into that 5.
54.
Still a chance to catch. And here he goes.
Needs another treble.
140.
So Gates has to hit a treble here. Well, he's found that. Found 2.
125.
Nearly was a 3. And same thing happened with his dart there. It was just deflected.
Snap, I think they used to call that when I was a kid. Exactly the same.
140.
Yeah, good solid darts there.
Leonard, you require 127.
Bullseye for the match.
102.
Oh, and there was only a wire in
and
that.
You require 90.
Safe route, another one of those for Bull.
That's
And
game
where
shot.
Gates wasn't
And
able
the
to
fifth
do it,
leg.
Bates
Owen
was.
Bates.
What a fantastic bullseye shot there from Owen Bates to keep him in this final, bringing the scoreline back to 3-2.
6th leg, it's Owen to throw first.
And another break of
Game
throw.
on.
Indeed, who wants the throw? Nobody. Hasn't worked out well for them of late, but this one is.
180.
Well, Bates has to keep his throw this time, because if he doesn't, then he'll be the runner-up, not the winner. And look at this. 180 for 180.
To be fair, the crowd there equally cheered Leonard Gates's 180.
Well, everyone
as
loves
they
to
did
see it.
Owen Bates'
85.
180.
And it's the first bit of emotion we've heard from Leonard so far, I think. I'm sure he gave himself a bit of a shout at the end of that. Could be wrong, though.
97.
Could have just been the crowd I was listening to.
Could well have been.
Needs a treble.
60.
Telling himself off there.
Single treble visit here would put the pressure on Bates.
60.
And he hasn't achieved it.
Yeah, but he's still at a finish. I mean, it is a big ask, but completely doable.
Treble 20 here.
140.
Let's see Bates
Leonard, you require
surely
164.
get a go at the outer ring first. And it does. Gates needs another one of those.
60.
I thought the second one
Owen,
was
you
in.
require 36. Game shot and the
there
6th
it
leg
is.
to Owen Bates.
Oh, and we've got ourselves a last and deciding leg. And I think that's fitting for this final, because this has
7th
been
and
of a
final
great
leg. It is
standard
Leonard
so
to
far.
throw first, and we have the very best of order, please. Game on.
They've still managed to keep up with their averages there. Bates just under a ton. Gates just on the 95 there. Fantastic match so far.
Until the semi-finals, that's pretty much been Leonard Gates's
140.
Great start there from Leonard Gates.
$81.
Not the start Bates was looking for, but good recovery on that last start, finding the 57.
140 is only good if he backs this up with a treble 20 of some sort.
60.
And those were 3 very well thrown darts under the situation. But this is what this young man does.
140.
Well, 6 darts in and we're evenly matched. There's not much in it. 2 treble visit here from Bates is going to see him leave himself a finish.
140.
Superb reply from Leonard Gates.
So a 2 treble visits needed from Bates. Now, not going to find it.
82. Leonard Jaraquin, 161.
Disappointed in himself there. So Gates doesn't need to go the bull route on this 161. He can just use this throw to set it up.
97.
Good darts there from Gates.
He should get one dart at double from here, Gates, no matter what Owen Bates does.
174.
That's fantastic darts from Bates to put the pressure on him here.
Leonard Jaraquin, 64.
Another one of those for 32, or is he going to go the 8 tops route?
He's just checking his route. It's double 16 for the match and the title.
32.
He could not get any closer.
There's a match start that's gone begging. So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker.
Game. Shot. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week. He's been there and thereabouts all week. This is a massive bonus. He heads to the Pro Tours tomorrow with massive confidence from winning week 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. He joins John Worsley in finals week, and there is the story of the game. 100 average for Owen Bates, super stuff in the final, and Leonard Gates not too shabby at all with 94.43.